following by the review of the GEF management action record and management response. Then we will hear from our colleagues from IO, the evaluation of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the GEF activities. That will be followed by William presenting amendments to the instrument of the establishment of the restructured GEF. Then our dear friends Tom Bowie, myself, will be informing about the organization of the 7th GEF Assembly. And the last agenda item for today is other businesses, where we have take note of around 4, 5, or 6 agenda items. So you can see them in the program for today's agenda that William shared with everybody last night. With this, I will begin the day with agenda item number 15, which is GEF Blended Finance Global Program and the non-grant instrument policy update. I would like to invite our dear colleague, Abril Benchimol, to present document GF/C63/12, GEF Blended Finance Global Program, and the NGI update, policy update. Abril, the floor is yours. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. And here in very early Washington, D.C. and rainy morning, we hope we are going to cover in the next presentation the GEF Blended Finance Global Program and Policy Update. My name is Avril Benchimol, as Carlos Manuel mentioned, and I lead the Blended Finance, or NGI, program at the GEF Secretariat. And it is my pleasure to introduce you this topic today. Next slide, please. As you can see in the agenda for the presentation, we will cover the following topics. First, a brief history of the GEF non-grant instrument, followed by an overview of what we have learned since the establishment of a separate window of financing in NGI and more broadly in the last 3 decades of implementation. Third and fourth are the core of this presentation. The blended finance paper that was submitted for your review included 2 parts. First, the GEF 8 proposed blended finance program and the proposed policy update. I will conclude with a brief summary of what we're intending to achieve. Next slide, please. The GEF financing with non-grant instruments was established in our funding documents, and we have experimented with it since its inception. As you can see in the chart, early projects were not designed to generate reflows, is the dark brown bar that you can see there. A separate set aside for the use of NGI was established in GEF 4 with a specific goal and definition to mobilize private sector investment and to generate reflows for the GEF Trust Fund. This separate window that is now called Blended Finance Program is characterized by seeking to mobilize private sector investment and a different set aside or different pocket of funding for the projects selected. Primarily focused on risk sharing in the 1990s and 2000s, we basically focused in financing renewable energy and energy efficiency. But in recent cycles, we're moving towards frontier areas and nature-based solutions, which are much more challenging for private sector investment. And we're happy to report that 2/3 of the investments in GEF 6 and GEF 7 was in multifocal areas that include mostly those frontier areas in biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, and climate change mitigation. Throughout all cycles, the different NGI windows successfully managed to innovate, invest in projects with high GEVs, and generate very high co-financing ratios. As you can see in the red line in the chart, since GEF 5, co-financing has been better than the overall GEF portfolio and achieved almost 1 in 20 in GEF 7, and private sector represented 2/3 of that co-financing ratio. Examples of innovative projects include the Wildlife Conservation Bond or the Seychelles Blue Bond, but we have supported a myriad of investment funds all over the world that benefit both developing countries, but specifically also LDCs and seeds throughout our investments. Next slide, please. So since the establishment of the separate window for the NGI and GEF4, the GEF Secretariat has experienced with our agencies and has learned by doing. We can focus on the following aspects that are informing the proposed updates. First of all, blended finance practices are constantly evolving and require new financial instruments and flexible approaches. GEF's added value has always been its great flexibility and ability to provide high-risk capital for innovation and de-risking. Agencies continue to push the envelope in innovative designs, which is good news. We need new solutions to very complicated problems. The GEF requires, nevertheless, proven expertise in the use of non-grant instruments. And in that sense, striking the right balance between innovation and scale-up can only be achieved with strong partners. And this includes, first and foremost, our agency's ability and capacity to design and implement non-grant instruments. We've also seen that many projects in frontier areas need technical assistance. On top of that, seeds, LDCs, and MSMEs usually require a grant component to improve design and implementation. Up to now, this window only offered non-grant instruments, but going forward, we will provide a small percentage to tap grants for technical assistance. Seeds and LDCs also need more de-risking mechanisms to attract private sector investment, and we're adding new financial instruments. We will also be improving our guidance to the agencies on reflow reporting. This reflow report, by the way, is posted as an information paper for this council meeting. And last but not least, the need for flexibility in the financial terms and speed to deploy funding for private sector. We're constantly reminded by private sector partners that rapidly changing market conditions do affect risk appetite and the viability of non-grant instrument projects. Next slide, please. So the GEF 8 blended finance program was formulated following all the experience gathered in previous cycles and was informed by the IEO recommendations. The paper submitted for approval reflects those priorities and the process improvements that will help implement them. In this slide, you can see as a summary on the left-hand side, the priorities of the blended finance program, and on the right-hand side, in the box, the necessary improvements that are required to make it happen. So first and foremost, innovation and flexibility. And this can be done by adding new financial instruments, keeping the GEF flexibility and risk appetite for investing in projects that deserve it. And in this case, we're adding new financial instruments that help de-risk. These are political risk insurance or liquidity facilities. We're also including contingent and convertible instruments that we see will be necessary in the new types of blended finance structures that we are seeing in the market. Second, access to NGI by seeds and LDCs and MSMEs, as mentioned before. We will include technical assistance as part of this window. Both innovation and access of seeds and LDCs can also be achieved by encouraging multi-trust fund projects and co-financing by other climate funds, such as the GCF. We actually had a very productive meeting here in the DC offices, and we are starting this process as we speak. Third, speeding up investments. To respond to the need of speed of GEF investments, we will continue to support transactions with the potential to create scales and new asset classes. However, to create speed in the process, we will seek to increase our efforts with MDBs. We will explore options for enhancing delegation of authority coupled with confirmation mechanisms with the GEF Secretariat. These mechanisms have already been successfully tested in GEF past cycles, and we're just trying to improve them, enhance them, and increase our collaboration with MDBs and the private sector arm and their private sector arm. Fourth, the competitive process. So in GEF 5, we introduced a competitive selection process for non-grant instrument projects, and it has been of great value for the Secretariat. First of all, because it has helped us understand what is the appetite of the private sector in these areas. And second, because it has helped allocate limited resources of the NGI. In GEF 8, we will continue to apply this competitive process and enhance its transparency. Fifth point, the right balance between risk and return continue to be key. And since the NGI investments are by definition a high risk and environmental return ratio, the selection of the agency and its capacity to deal with reflows remains a key part of agency eligibility criteria. Finally, strengthening reflow reporting. Practices and policies related to reflows have been covered in many council documents, but since GEF 7, a report of expected reflows is submitted on a yearly basis to the council. Agencies required additional guidance, and that's what we're providing in the updated policy. Next slide, please. All the suggested improvements that we just went through are aimed at promoting private investment, but require some changes in the policies. This is the first policy update since 2014 and proposes 4 minor policy updates. It is worth mentioning that this policy applies to all users of non-grant instruments, whether financed through the separate blended finance global program or through country star and non-star resources. It is also worth noting that the definition of GEF agencies will be changed to be compatible with the proposed amendments in the instrument that will be explained later on this morning. So the 4 minor updates relate to first, agency eligibility, which is key for successful implementation of NGIs. Second, financial terms, which includes an update on minimum concessionality while maintaining our flexibility, of course. Third, new financial instruments that are added to the existing list of financial instruments of the GEF. These include, as mentioned before, contingent and performance-based instruments, as well as new de-risking instruments. And fourth, at least, reflow reporting, which, as discussed earlier, the updated policy includes additional guidance on expected reflow annual reporting. In brief, next slide, please. The blended finance program will advance GEF 8 strategic program directions. It will provide innovation in frontier areas and nature-based solutions, and will seek to improve processes to enhance GEF financing in blended finance. The updated policy clarifies requirements for agency eligibility, financial instruments, financial terms, and reflow reporting, and enables continuous innovation in the blended finance program and the use of non-grant instruments. Additional guidelines will be provided and prepared for agencies in 2023. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Avril, for your very good presentation. With this, I will open the floor for questions and comments from council members. As usual, I will ask William to keep a list of speakers.
Thank you very much. Let me offer, I think Ramon had raised his hand earlier. Ramon, you want to take the floor first, followed by Tom and Ikuko?
Don't worry, William. It was a mistake.
Okay.
Continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then let's start with Tom, followed by Ikuko. Please, you have the floor, Tom.
Good morning, Ramon. Good morning, William. Good morning, Carlos Manuel. Thank you, Avril. You all know that we strongly support the NGI program, blended finance, and all that. And all of you suggested improvements to the program and to the policy are very much welcomed. Adding TA makes sense. Adding de-risking instruments makes absolute sense. Partnerships with the MDBs also make sense. Multi-donor trusts also make sense. The interesting thing that I didn't hear about is, the nature organizations that are part of the GEF agencies who pioneered over decades debt for nature swaps and quite a few other things that could be very helpful in us trying to expand the market of nature finance. Just three things to suggest in terms of strengthening our implementation of this modality. One, just like we discussed in Washington, D.C. many months ago, it feels like a lifetime ago, since we are actually, as a GEF, we are an innovator. We actually create markets and so on. We might as well hunker down and create an appropriate risk statement or some sort of like risk strategy as staff recommended, as we discussed previously. Second, whenever we talk about private sector engagement or financial innovation, everyone asks us about several things. One, where is the gender in that? And I know, I know it's after a while it sounds repetitive, but it is actually a real issue that we need to think about and integrate. Where is the diversity in that? So indigenous people, local communities, startups, entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. So the third question that we also get is, where is the local in that? So for example, if we're doing something in the Caribbean, where are the local private equity? Where are the local solutions? And so on and so forth. So I encourage you to think about those three questions that we get almost 100% of the time when developing the implementation documents, the guidance, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. Next, Ikuko, followed by Abby. Ikuko, you have the floor.
Okay, right. I would like to thank Avril and her team at the GEF Secretariat for the informative presentation and the document today. We appreciate the update of the policy for GEF 8 period. Blended finance is the key for having scalable projects, and we appreciate the focus on enhanced partnership with the MDBs and strengthened transparency on the selection process, etc. We very much welcome the proposal. At the same time, we would like to use this opportunity to note that the success for private sector involvement is under condition that the GEF stays as an attractive institution for private sector and other investors to work with by maintaining accountability. So we would therefore expect GEF management to stay committed to having good stakeholder involvement by having sufficient transparency, openness, and accountability in its in doing its projects. We look forward to the successful program in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikuko. Next is Abby, followed by Ben. Abby, you have the floor.
Good morning. I don't know that I've ever given an intervention before sunrise, but there's always a first time for everything. Good afternoon to those of you in a nice time zone, and good evening to those of you in Asia. Anyway, this is a great subject to start the morning with, so thank you. Thank you, Avril, for your presentation. We read this document with interest. As you know, we've always enjoyed and supported the non-grant instrument window. It's overall small relative to the overall resource envelope, but it is in GEF 8 substantially larger than in previous replenishment periods. And given its role in catalyzing innovative projects while mobilizing substantial co-financing, we view it as an important part of GEF's programming architecture, and also obviously as a tool to reach a different constituency in the private sector for moving the GEF's agenda forward. So we were very happy to receive the the strategy for GEF 8 and the proposed updates, which are to implement it here. We very much agree with your continued focus on the frontier areas. It's obviously important for this Windows focus to evolve as we advance the objectives of having the private sector focus more on environmental issues. So having the GEF directing investments toward biodiversity, land aggregation, international waters, nature-based solutions, and the multifocal area activities we think is particularly valuable and welcome. And we're sure in GEF 9, we will see a continued evolution, because hopefully some of the things you're experimenting with in GEF 8 become more mainstream over time. We are comfortable with the updates to the policy, including the changes to ensure minimum concessionality. And we hope that the minimum concessionality, I'm sure the policy will be consistent with that it has come up, that other institutions have developed, because having clear standards is welcome in these areas, and consistency across institutions. And we're also comfortable with the expansion of the instruments that can be used under the program, and the flexibility to permit technical assistance. It's very true that a small amount of technical assistance in a private sector project that is inherently risky can really make a huge difference in the overall success of the project. So we're comfortable with that. And we very much appreciate the emphasis on encouraging participation in the program by SIDS and LDCs. And the issue of the process issue of trying to streamline the selection process for projects, and that aspect, because it's certainly true that private sector projects tend to have a slightly different gestation period than public sector projects, and having the flexibility to be responsive to that is essential. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Abby. Next is Ben, followed by Alf. Ben, you have the floor.
Yep, many thanks, William. And Abby, as you can see, the sun is out in Glasgow today. Firstly, many thanks to Avril for the presentation. It was great. It helped sort of answer a number of our questions, and it was particularly good to be reminded of the importance of the window in terms of, sort of innovation, delivering high global environmental benefits, and co-financing, higher co-financing levels as well. So thank you for that. I totally agree with Abby and Tom about the importance of this window to GEF's architecture. In terms of the policy itself and policy updates, we think those are absolutely fine, and it's well written and relatively clearly sets out the need for the update of this particular policy. So thank you for that. I think that, for example, the language on the introduction about the minimum standards, minimum concessionality is helpful. This may not be the place, but going forward, obviously on the private sector, it would be helpful to start to look at things, for example, like making assessment about the effectiveness of the minimum concessionality principles in GEF to get a better understanding of levels of private sector finance mobilized, instruments used across different sectors and focal areas, in terms of better understanding about the optimal mix of instruments across the different thematic priority areas and across different levels of concessionality. Finally, I think that the paper maybe suffers a little bit in terms of trying to make a distinction between the non-grant instruments and the previous NGI window and the blended finance program and approach. Maybe that could be solved by having some sort of simple diagram to explain how all those things fit together. So in summary, basically, we don't have a problem with the paper or the policy, updated policy. It makes a lot of sense to have that and agree with the decision to move forward on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Next is Alf, and then we'll go back to Avril for some answers. So Alf, you have the floor.
Thank you. Our constituency, welcomes the updates to the blended finance and NGI policy. We reaffirm its strong support for the NGI window. We would like to make sure that the expansion of the NGI window is met with adequate human resources at the level of the Secretariat in order to ensure efficient and high quality management of the NGI window. We appreciate the new elements of the NGI window plan for GEF 8, but would like to request a close follow-up of the use of the NGI window funding for technical assistance. We would like to make sure this has a real cost benefit. We have one specific comment regarding paragraph 17 on page 7 on political risk insurance. There is a reference to breach of contract and non-honoring of financial obligations, which we feel is too broad. We think the paragraph should make it clear that protection for private investments against risks of breach of contract and non-honoring of financial obligation only applies to instances involving government entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alf. So Avril, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for this first round of questions and the support received for this window. I will start with, I would say, the last question and go backwards. So Norway, thank you very much for the support, and we will take into account, of course, the analysis of the real cost benefit for the TA under this window. And these we have established only 10% of the overall budget allocated for TA for the overall window, and that's not too many resources. So we need to make sure that these are used in the projects that deserve it. On paragraph 17 and the use of political risk insurance as an instrument, as in any other instrument that we support through the non-grant instrument window, we have broad definitions of those instruments, but we would follow what the agency who has expertise and has the political risk insurance as part of their battery of products will bring in as definition of political risk insurance. In this specific case, in paragraph 17, we quoted what MIGA uses for these type of instruments. But of course, these will be, as I mentioned, revisited whenever we have a specific proposal and what the use of political risk insurance would bring to the table. In general, the whole aspect of it is to ensure some aspect for private sector investment to happen. It can be the two that you mentioned or others, but we will look into the suggested language to address your concern. For Ben in the UK, thank you very much for your intervention, and it's good to see that it's sunny in the UK. The suggestion on having a diagram, we will include that. We are going to prepare a guidelines document as mentioned by the end of the presentation, and this diagram will be included in the guidelines document as you suggest for both agencies, but it will be also available for the overall partnership. Going back to, I would say, Canada, on the 3 suggestions, Tom, thank you very much. I will just comment on the need for innovation and the gender component, and I will leave it on the restatement to Claude and Carlos Manuel if he would like to inform on that answer. So on the innovation side and where the gender sits, the GEF non-grant instrument follows all the policies and guidelines as any other project of the GEF Secretariat. So the gender policy is applied in reviewing the projects the same way as are in any other project that is submitted through the grant funding different windows or programs. In that respect, we see that there is a space for innovation through startups and local types of institutions. we have tried, or we try in the selection of projects to include these types of beneficiaries. You know, private sector beneficiaries are very broad, have a very broad classification. So we seek to benefit these types of beneficiaries as part of the selection process whenever we receive projects from the agencies that include them. In GEF 7, there was one specific for startups and new types of technological advancements. It was the AgTech Fund by the IDB. And in previous GEF cycles, we had accelerators and also some types of support, not only in the form of grant, but non-grant for incubator, accelerator, mostly in the new technology world. I'll go back I'll give the word to Claude for the risk question.
Thank you, Avril, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. On the risk comment from Tom, it is very important, and as you may recall, we will be prompted by staff very shortly in the next session on the first initial thoughts on a risk tolerance level for the GEF as a whole. It will hopefully trigger a process internally with staff that we have committed to in the negotiations and at the last June Council to present a paper that the actual June Council meeting decision had stated that the GEF Council requests the GEF Secretariat, in consultation with staff and interested council members and alternates, to prepare a paper on GEF 8 programming risk framework for consideration by Council at the 64th meeting. So we understand that to be all-encompassing, meaning that there's a discussion that needs to be comprehensive for the different risks level associated with different types of investments, and certainly NGI, the NGI risk discussion should be part of that that GEF-wide discussion. So thanks for that, Tom, and hopefully we will be presenting this, not hopefully, but we will be presenting this at the next council meeting. If I can comment on the private sector commitment from management, and maybe Carlos has additional thoughts on this, but just to provide a little bit more perspective on this, of course, as you all know, Council, in GEF 7, we put a lot of emphasis on the private sector. In fact, the only permanent position that we were authorized to hire was a private sector specialist, Matthew Reddy. He has done a fantastic job in bringing the private sector as a mainstreaming issue across the GEF Secretariat, across the GEF partnership. As you have seen, there are 2 papers that have been presented at this council, and I believe we will be discussing this in part in the all other business topic. But private sector has become a very important component of GEF 8. If you recall, in the document, in the programming directions document, there's an entire chapter on private sector engagement. There are sections in each of the integrated programs that describe the involvement of the private sector. And so really there's an effort across the institution to really channel the effort to bring in the private sector where that makes sense. And just to give you a little bit of a practical idea of how this has been translating in the initial rollout of GEF 8, in the Latin America regional workshop that we held last month or 6 weeks ago, Matthew was able to bring together a half a dozen or so of the biggest Latin American companies to the workshop. We had a session engaging them, and this was really a first for the GEF, I think, in this kind of really upstream discussion with the private sector to really see how we can engage them in the initial thoughts of the design of the integrated programs. There was a lot of interest, and during the all other business session, if it's of interest, Matthew can elaborate on that a little bit more. So I'm just reaffirming the commitment of management for engaging with the private sector. This has become, a GEF-wide banner, not just an individual project banner, and so it's something that that we can reassure Council that we are engaging with the private sector. And of course, NGI and blended finance is one of the tools that we have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other requests, so let's move on with the list of speakers. Vitor, followed by Andrea. Vitor, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Good morning, everyone. Morning in Brazil. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Avril and Claude, for your comments. On behalf of constituency of Brazil, Ecuador, and Colombia, I'd like to reiterate the importance and need for articulation with national portfolios through the operational focal points, so as to maintain coherence in the investments. And also, we would like to request the Secretariat to communicate the focal points, operational, political focal points, the list with expressions of interest presented after once the call for proposals deadline has expired, so as to guarantee that we have good information in a timely manner. And lastly, just been addressed by Claude, but if you could further elaborate on how you see the articulation between NGI and the accelerator in terms of private investments. It's been addressed already, but if you have further information, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Andrea, Sylvia, I missed you on the list. So Sylvia, please, followed by Andrea.
Thank you, William. I would also like to take this opportunity to talk a bit about the private sector annual report, which I think we will also cover under AOB, but happy to repeat my remarks then. Germany highly welcomes that previous GEF cycles have generated high co-financing rates and that private sector engagement has generated more benefits for adaptation and resilience. We think this is very applaudable. We would like to know what were the success factors for both high co-financing rate and high adaptation benefits in order for other GEF programs to benefit from this. We also particularly applaud the GEF for reaching out to MDBs under the umbrella of the NGI. We believe that this is dearly needed given the high need to increase private climate finance under the $100 billion goal, as we all saw at the recent COP27. Further, as mentioned in previous meetings, we would like to ask the Secretariat to ensure better comparability between the funds by standardizing definitions for co-finance and through standardized methodologies. In this context, we would like to know in how far GEF has developed synergies with the GCF and other funds to also scale up small innovative NGIs. We have noted that equity investments were increasingly used in recent NGIs, and I would like to know what are the reasons for this shift from debt finance to equity finance and what lessons learned can be drawn from this. We would also like to know if the GEF has planned further outreach activities to promote the NGI grant, NGI instrument even further. As already stated, I would like to take this opportunity to make a few remarks with regards to the private sector engagement strategy annual report, which was presented to us as an informal document. In this regard, Germany welcomes the GEF proposal to add a category on women's private sector entities to the annual reporting framework. And maybe this also caters a bit to the questions that Tom raised. Furthermore, we noted that some private sector groups, such as insurance companies, are not well represented under the current NGI portfolio. We would therefore encourage the GEF to reach out to them, for example, with support from the advisory group of financial experts. On the private sector implementation plan, Germany also welcomes GEF's approach to establish multi-stakeholder platforms for each IP in order to reach out to stakeholders which have previously been neglected, as the aforementioned insurance companies, and to expand the engagement with the private sectors at all levels of the GEF partnership. On the financial matter, we would also like to know more about how these value implementation activities will all be financed under the GEF 8 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. So Andrea followed by Renee. Andrea, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Avril, for your comprehensive presentation. Sweden welcomes the blended finance program strategy and the policy updates on the non-grant instrument policy. Given the increase of the NGI window in GEF 8, making it the largest ever NGI program, we hope that this will enable GEF to increase its overall efforts in these areas. And we agree with other council colleagues on the importance of this window to the GEF architecture. And we wanted to take this opportunity to underline the importance of linking this to the ongoing discussion on risk, and this has already been raised by colleagues and commented on by the Secretariat. So I will just add that Sweden looks forward to further discussions on this, including the council paper on this topic that is to be presented in the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Renee, you have the floor, followed by Ramon.
Yes, thank you. I hadn't foreseen yesterday that the meeting already started, so I'm on public transport. We, as a seat, we wholeheartedly embrace all the efforts of the Secretariat. And as a representative of the Netherlands, I would also like to raise another issue, and that is that we're all going to Kunming. I had to get off the metro. We're all going to Kunming, and we're going to discuss biodiversity. Yesterday, I did that with my political superiors, and I showed them what we would do publicly, and then what we would mobilize with our public activities in the private sector. And the response was, really, is that all you can do? And I say that because I'm sure that it's something that everyone here around the table hears. So what can we do as partners within the GEF? And what can we also do to help the GEF Secretariat to be more successful, to mobilize private finance capital in the field of biodiversity? Because the GEF is our main large biodiversity fund. And at the same time, we all know that the challenges go way beyond what we have mobilized here. We all know that we really need to be able to mobilize the private sector. So what can we do as partners within the GEF, and how can we help the GEF to become more successful in doing that as well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So Ramon, you have the floor, followed by Richard. Ramon, are you there? Well, in the meantime, let's have Richard and go, and then I'll go back to Ramon. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. So our constituency strongly welcome that the GEF is targeting frontier markets, including land degradation, international waters and biodiversity, and not just renewable energy. This should include equally ambition in terms of geography. GEF must double down on SIDS and LDCs that are underserved by blended finance. It would also be useful to break down what proportion of the NGI program went to the multilateral development banks in GEF 7. Sorry, let me just fix up this. So that's just not just my head. It's better. Sorry, it would be useful to break down what proportion of the NGI program went to MDBs in GEF 7, so we can compare this to GEF 8. We would also like to complement the GEF and the implementing agencies for the large co-financing ratios across GEF 6 and 7, I think 18.1. We support the technical, oops, that's better. We support the technical assistance component. TAEU's well can assist to increase potential development impact, increase financial performance, and de-risk financial reflows, and mitigate GEF reputational risk like adverse safeguard or fiduciary outcomes. our constituency would welcome significantly greater discussion and more robust reporting of gender outcomes. The annual report notes a large number of women's private sector networks. I think it was 33. If it is across the 1410 private sector entities, that actually represents less than 1%. So if we could get further explanation of that level of representation, that would be greatly appreciated. From our own experience in blended finance, we know that positively considering gender in our investment increases overall performance. Gender must be considered for all non-grant instrument investments. Lastly, in terms of financial, in financial terms, we are fully supportive of the principle of minimal concessionality being clarified in the GEF 8 policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me try again, René. Ramón. Ramón, you have the floor.
¿Me oyes, William? ¿Se
Sí,
me oye bien?
te oímos bien, gracias.
Vale, muchas gracias. Perdona que estaba teniendo problemas, que me estaban instalando paneles fotovoltaicos arriba en el tejado hoy. O sea, que estoy aquí cortándome la luz y estoy de cualquier manera. En primer lugar, que decir que es un gusto volver a verles en el Consejo y unirme al cariñoso recuerdo de Gustavo Fonseca. Quería mostrar mi apoyo explícito al programa de empoderamiento de la juventud en su memoria. Sobre el ítem en el que estamos ahora, gracias a Abril por la presentación. Agradecemos a la Secretaría las novedades que se han presentado. Consideramos oportuno seguir potenciando el Blended Finance, la asistencia técnica y los instrumentos financieros adecuados para involucrar al sector privado. Especialmente en áreas donde el retorno económico no está claro, la coste-eficiencia, lo que hemos visto, temas de naturaleza, de resiliencia frente al clima, la protección del suelo, las aguas internacionales, los ecosistemas y sus beneficios ambientales. Creemos que es fundamental involucrar y que el sector privado valore este tipo de iniciativas. Como comentaba Tom, es fundamental que las comunidades locales y las poblaciones indígenas estén involucradas en estas temáticas. También queremos resaltar la importancia del trabajo conjunto con los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo, aprovechando su experiencia en el ámbito regional, su proximidad al territorio y así también la coherencia y colaboración, sinergias con otros fondos climáticos. Creo que lo comentaba Avi anteriormente en relación con el seguimiento de la evolución del concepto de business as usual. Consideramos que es importante seguir trabajando en establecer unos niveles correctos de concesionalidad, según avance la tecnología y el conocimiento, de tal manera que evitemos el desplazamiento de potenciales inversiones y el interés del sector privado. Ya para terminar, finalmente queremos preguntar, no sé si a lo mejor me lo he perdido, no sé si lo habéis comentado, Abril, el tema del calendario previsto para el lanzamiento de la guía de los proyectos del programa global de Blended Finance del GEF. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. With Abril's permission, there are only two more speakers, so I'll give them the floor before going back to her. And therefore, I give now the floor to Antonella, followed by Stephanie.
Muchas gracias, William, por la palabra. Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes y muy buenas noches a todos los colegas. Bueno, en primer lugar, muchísimas gracias, Abril, por la presentación. Siempre sos muy clara, así que muy bienvenido tu trabajo. Brevemente, en nombre de Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Perú, Paraguay, Uruguay, nos gustaría remarcar que un requisito esencial en los proyectos financiados con instrumentos NGI es, para nosotros desde ya, es mantener informados a los países sobre las acciones que pudiese efectuar el sector privado en los territorios, teniendo en cuenta que de acuerdo a la política de ciclos de proyectos, el GEF no requiere, a los puntos focales operativos, que presenten carta de endoso cuando el sector privado accede al financiamiento ofrecido bajo esta ventana, por lo que nuevamente, una vez más, esto ya lo hemos realizado en otros consejos, queremos remarcar la necesidad y solicitar que se desarrolle un mecanismo de consulta e información en el que se involucre a los puntos focales operativos, con el propósito de garantizar que se contemplen las necesidades, prioridades establecidas y fijadas por los gobiernos nacionales en cumplimiento de las metas y obligaciones fijadas por los convenios ambientales financiados por el GEF. Acompañamos y también apoyamos esta medida propuesta por Brasil respecto a solicitar que la Secretaría comunique a los puntos, no solo a los puntos focales operativos, pero sino también a los puntos focales políticos, el listado de todas las expresiones de interés presentadas vencido el plazo de Call for Proposals bajo esta ventanilla. Este pedido fue levantado por muchos países de la región latinoamericana durante el taller celebrado en Bogotá. En ese sentido, quiero acompañar lo mencionado por Claude. La verdad que el GEF, respecto a ese punto y otros, pero voy a hacer énfasis en este por estar tratando este asunto, reunió a grandes referentes del sector privado, tuvimos intercambios muy ricos, así que en ese sentido agradecer al GEF por este taller y bueno, principalmente por este acercamiento. Y nuevamente reiterar, por favor, ver de qué manera se puede mantener informado a nuestros países sobre las intervenciones que realiza el sector privado en nuestros territorios. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Antonella. Next is Stephanie, followed by Hongxia.
Hello everyone, it's not Stéphanie, it's Mariella, but it's the same, it's France.
Welcome, welcome.
Merci beaucoup pour le document. Nous, on est d'accord avec les amendements que vous faites à la politique de Blended Finance. On voudrait juste insister sur des choses qui ont déjà été dites par mes collègues. C'est notamment l'articulation avec les travaux du G20 et de la CAF Review et les travaux sur le risque. C'est quand même deux sujets qui sont très liés et on pense vraiment que le travail avec le secteur privé peut accroître les capacités de l'aide au développement. C'est encore un levier qui est pour nous sous-exploité par les MDB. Donc, merci beaucoup de travailler là-dessus. Et enfin, évidemment, ça a été également dit, mais c'est important d'insister là-dessus. Concernant la biodiversité, on pense aussi que le GEF, parce qu'il a été un acteur historique du financement de la biodiversité, a un rôle d'impulsion et limite, je dirais presque de pédagogie vis-à-vis des acteurs privés, que ce soit en termes de méthodologie, de reporting, de sourcing des projets. Donc, c'est vraiment un instrument auquel on croit beaucoup et on vous encourage à poursuivre sur cette voie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. So Hongxia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. We welcome the update on blended finance global program and the NGI policy. And we fully support the update on the 4 areas to the policy itself. And I have one suggestion, one question. The suggestion is I'd like to echo my colleagues from Brazil and Argentina. And we do encourage the Secretariat to have more communication and engagement with national OFP in terms of the NGI, especially the policy update, so that they are fully aware of this window and how to use the instruments. One question is, given the current tightening financial market globally, how does the Secretariat assess the overall risk of the NGI portfolio of GEF? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gisela, for putting your comment in the chat. So with that, we have no more speakers. Back to Avril.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the questions. I will start with the questions from Brazil. I'll try to go in order. And if anything, I'll complement at the end. So Brazil, on the first point that is also related to the intervention with Argentina on the need for articulation with the national portfolio and keeping the OFPs informed. As you know, we agreed during the Council of 2020 that GEF agencies are required to inform OFPs when projects are submitted, but also during implementation and monitoring. We nevertheless hear from you, and that was clear in the workshop. Thank you, Antonella, for mentioning that we may need to provide additional guidelines on how agencies and how this communication is provided so that OFPs are timely informed ahead of council of these projects coming, but also the role during implementation. This will be further clarified in the guidelines coming in 2023. On the request to communicate to the OFPs the list of projects submitted, we will do so in general, and this is a bit similar to what happens in the challenge program or in any other open call for proposals. We usually receive a lot of interest, but not all of the projects are ready for GEF investment. So what we will share with you is everything that moves forward for GEF approval after the open call for proposals, and we can inform you of those projects that are moving forward. On the question of the coordination of the NGI and the accelerator, the NGI can be a tool of the accelerator to catalyze private sector investment, but the whole strategy on how that would work is still being articulated at this point. We take good note of the suggestion and we'll work on that as we further develop the accelerator. On questions from Germany, the success factors on co-financing. Here, I would mention the, I would say, general added value of the GEF, which is that we do take first risks, first losses in all of the type of instruments that we offer through the non-grant instrument. This can be different from other climate funds, but it's highly effective if the GEF is willing to take a first loss guarantee or a junior capital equity in the equity component, or a very subordinated position in a debt transaction. That goes a long way. Also, it is worth mentioning that the high co-financing ratios are due to the limitation in funding. So as you know, we go up to $15 million per project in average, or maximum with some exceptions. And, you know, given to that limit, whenever you get a project that gets into at least a 150 or 200 million, that we help mobilize, the co-financing ratio becomes high. On the question on why there has been reasons for shift, or the reasons for shift to equity from debt from previous cycles, I would say that that's part of the innovation that the GEF is supporting. We are, as you know, supporting a lot of investment funds that have fund managers, or in which our agencies are investing in funds with fund managers that require patient capital, and that in order to finance and to address the barriers of financing of frontier areas where we usually do not see returns in the very early years, but later, and where this first layer of capital and very long terms that the GEF can offer have a lot of added value. On the suggestion, I think it was on the involving insurance companies. We will do so through the PSE, the private sector engagement strategy, and also by including political risk insurance as part of our products, we hope that in our projects, we will get co-financing directly or indirectly from these insurance companies. Sweden, I think we hear your comment on the risk strategy and how we're going to move forward with that. I believe Claude already responded to that question, and we will submit this updated paper in 2023. And for the Netherlands question on how can we mobilize finance at scale for biodiversity, we at the GEF, we are using all the battery of projects available. We have the grants, we have the bigger, I believe, allocation of the whole GEF replenishment is going to biodiversity. We're using the non-grant instrument to innovate and find new solutions. And we are engaging from the private sector with my colleague Matthew, with a myriad of companies to understand how we could do this better and at scale. During the COP, we will have a pavilion in which we will be hosting a lot of events, and we will hear more from all of these actors, and hopefully it will inform how we'll, together with the convention guidelines, how we will move forward with bringing this investment at scale in the very much needed biodiversity area. Australia, on the question about the MDB's proportion, so the GEF has a very high, the non-grant instrument window or blended finance program for GEF 8, as we call it now, has a very high proportion usually of MDB participation. This is somewhat normal because the financing instruments that we use are the bread and butter of those organizations. So they're pretty active in this window, and in GEF 6 and GEF 7, by number of projects, they represented 2/3 of all projects approved, and by investment amount, it was in both cycles, excuse me, GEF 6 and GEF 7, around 60%. So high participation there, but also worth mentioning that other agencies can have also a lot of innovation happening. We have worked a lot with non-MDBs to bring to fruition some other types of projects that these non-MDBs can actually be more flexible in bringing forward. On the timing for the guidelines, a question from Spain, we are for sure it will come in 2023. We seek to have a very comprehensive guideline so as to address all of the suggestions from the OFPs and what we're hearing at the regional workshops. So we're waiting a little bit to receive the feedback from all the regional workshops to finalize the guidelines and provide a comprehensive document. So probably would be either, I would say maximum by the end of 2023, if not in the next June Council, if time allows. And finally, I believe in China, the question on how tightening or the overall market turmoil is affecting the NGI selection process. Well, we go, as you know, on a project by project basis, and the added value of the GEF is considering current market conditions, whatever those are, how our instruments help bring in private sector investment into the different areas. We see a bit less of risk appetite in some areas, but on the other hand, our ability to again provide first losses, absorb a lot of risk is something that makes it changes the game for many private sector partners to decide whether to invest or not. So I think with that, I've covered all the questions.
Thank you, Abril. Thank you. I would like to complement also here and respond to the very good observations that was brought to us by Argentina and Brazil. I think it is extremely important that governments are very well informed about the NGI investments with the private sector, not just because of a formality. It's not just because we need to keep the operational focal point informed of what is happening with GEF in their country. It's more important than that. And that is because the governments also have their own relationship with the private sector in their aspiration of sustainability, in their aspiration of moving the agenda of consumption and production on the right way in topics, in multiple topics. So governments are a very good source of information to the GEF, SEC, and the agencies in their relationship with the private sector. So the government can really contribute at the country level to bring their relationship with the private sector into the NGI mechanism. And I think that reason is extremely important. So it's not just a formality to inform the operational focal point what the GEF and the agency is doing in the private sector, or it shouldn't be seen as a way by which the government can do political control of what the GEF and the agencies are doing with the private sector. It's way more than that. It's been more strategic in how we engage and work with the private sector at the country level. Governments do have a very healthy, productive agenda with the private sector in terms of climate, biodiversity, chemicals, and waste, and working with the governments in making the best out of this investment in terms of maximizing those resources are extremely important. So this is one good reason why, additional reason why we should be fully engaging all governments in what we do with the NGI. And the second comment with regards to this has to do with the fact that the NGI instrument is also available for governments, not just for private sector. Governments do have or may have a bigger interest in accessing NGI than what they have done previously. And let me give you my very personal example. When I was a minister in Costa Rica, 2018, 2019, and 2020, based on the fact that the MyStar resources with the GEF were very limited and we wanted to do a lot of other things, I found very attractive on behalf of the government of Costa Rica, the NGI instrument, because no other financial mechanism offer me those conditions. I wanted to do major investment in protected areas to bring more tourists into the parks, which will give us the financial sustainability of the system by 2030. So accessing the NGI instrument, the GEF NGI instrument, will give me the resources to invest in infrastructure in national parks that will increase tourism, that eventually will give me the resources to pay back to the GEF, and at the same time create the conditions by which the protected areas can be 100% financially sustainable by 2030. So and I had many different options. I can go to multilateral banks, to development banks in Costa Rica. They never gave me the conditions that the GEF can provide with the NGI. So let's look also and let's do an outreach effort to put the NGI instrument as an option, as a complementary option to what we provide to governments through our STAR and and with other non-STAR resources. Then, with regards to René's observation about private sector investment that needs to have the right framework from governments, totally correct. The NGI mechanism should work closer together in those other initiatives that the GEF does in creating the enabling conditions so the private sector can be a major actor in the system change. The private sector will not be where the money is not there. The private sector will be where the money is, and it won't be until the government create the right frameworks, the right incentives, that the private sector should be there. I'm 100% with René's observation that the private sector won't be there if the governments are not able to create the conditions. And the GEF has been right next to the governments for decades in creating those conditions. So here's where the NGI initiative, the blended finance, with what we do at the core of the GEF should come together in terms of creating those enabling conditions so the private sector can be, a driving force of the system change. And I think that, the PES, which was something that was brought in the chat box by UNEP, is a very good example. China, Brazil, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico has great payments for environmental services initiatives that all of them are related to a GEF project, by the way. And those are a good example of how those conditions are being set by governments so the private sector can be a driving force for the system change. So I wanted to make these couples of observations based on the observation recommendation from UNEP, the Netherlands, Brazil, and Argentina. With Brazil, one final comment, Abril, it is also very important to share the list of companies, private sector companies that are aiming to access these resources and may not access them because they don't qualify. It would be great if we can share this list with the countries, the governments, because that gives additional information of the governments or who are, the stakeholders from the private sector who are willing to do the innovative, the piloting, the innovative approaches, and even though they may not be benefit by GEF resources, just to be able to give that information to the government so they can keep those companies in the radar, because the government do have many other options on how they can finance or engage with the private sector. I think that will close the circle on what we should be doing in terms of private sector, GEFSEC, agencies, and the government. Thanks, Abril.
Thank you. So I think there are no more speakers. We thank those who have put their comments in the chat, including Victoria and from UNEP and other council members. So with that, I think we can go to the adoption of the decision, Chair.
Yes, thanks, William. Thanks for that. And having exhausted the list of speakers, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C62/12. I hear no council members asking for the floor, so decision is adopted. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Abril, for your presentation. Now we go to our second agenda item for today, which is the report of the chairperson of the staff opening of the meeting. It is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Rosina Bierbaum to introduce document GEF/staff/C63/info01 report of staff. Rosina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's wonderful to see you all again, albeit virtually. The sun has not yet risen here in Michigan and it's snowing. But as I always do, let me start with a wonder of nature. Here you see a friendly group of male muriqui, a critically endangered primate found on the Atlantic forest of Southeast Brazil. And over 40 years, we've learned quite a bit about their social behavior and their ecology, thanks to Dr. Karen Stryer, whose picture this is, but other researchers too, including our dearest Gustavo Fonseca, while he was pursuing his PhD. And because of their 40 years of work, we know that the muriquis live in peace, where males and females have egalitarian social relationships, which is unusual among primates, as you may know, including baboons, chimpanzees, and gorillas, which have strict social hierarchies. But the muriqui program is a wonderful example of what consistent and long-term efforts can deliver for our understanding of nature. And Gustavo brought that same long-term thinking and commitment to his work with the GEF family, and we are forever grateful for our time with him. In June, I mentioned that we were recruiting new panel members for climate mitigation in international waters, and this is the current staff group. But as of today, I am delighted that the council has approved the appointment of Dr. Ungo Nizaje Charinda from Zimbabwe, there you see on the upper right, to be our new panel member on climate mitigation. And he is a professor at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Morocco, working on modeling and measuring greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, when I called him yesterday to say that the council had approved him, he was out in the field with his graduate students teaching them how to measure greenhouse gas emissions. He has worked in Africa, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, exploring ways to solve climate-related and food security issues, and is currently establishing a center of excellence in Africa, focusing on the circular use of resources and the food, energy, water nexus. So as council has recommended to us, staff is increasingly adding panel members with strong science skills, including social science, and who can work across the array of IPs and the multilateral environmental agreements. So Dr. Charinda will add considerably to our breadth and depth, and he is actually online with us today. You will all meet him at the next council, I hope. On the international waters, Dr. Blake Ratner has kindly agreed to stay with us for an additional 6 months while we finalize recruitment of a successor. And Dr. Salim Ali, the outgoing climate mitigation member, will stay to help us scope out a paper on environmental security, which is another specialty of his and an issue that we've talked about many times over the last few days. So here is the presentation order. I will talk about science, staff reports, and future work. On science, there have been so many reports that have come out since our last meeting as we build up to the climate COP and the biodiversity COP. And I'll talk about a few of these that are, I think, particularly relevant to our work in GEF 8. So let's first look at climate mitigation. As you know, in the run-up to COP27, many reports were released, and I've just highlighted 5 of these on this slide. So from left to right, the United in Science report and the WMO greenhouse gas bulletins noted that atmospheric concentrations continue to rise, and we are now above pre-pandemic levels. Obviously, current mitigation efforts are not enough. And the synthesis of recent commitments by countries' nationally determined contributions confirms that the pledges of all the parties under the Paris Agreement are insufficient to limit the rise to 1.5 degrees C and have us on track for 2.5 degrees C by 2100. The UNEP emissions gap report concurred that the national pledges since COP26 would have essentially negligible effects on emissions. And they say there is currently no credible pathway from today's commitments to achieve 1.5, and only system-wide transformation very rapidly can achieve the massive cuts we need. The WRI report translated this finding into 40 indicators of progress towards systems-wide transformation, things like phasing out coal in electricity, halting deforestation, increasing the share of electric vehicles, and they found that we're on track for none of those 40 indicators to reach 2030 targets and achieve the systems transformation we need to get to 1.5 degrees. The Adaptation Gap Report 2022 concludes that countries are doing more on climate adaptation, planning, financing, and implementing, but it is still nowhere near sufficient to deal with these escalating human, ecological, and infrastructure impacts of climate change. The devastating impacts in Pakistan are but one very real and tragic recent example. The financing gap is becoming wider, and by 2050 is estimated to be annually between $315 and $565 billion. We have a reasonable understanding of what needs to be done to enhance resilience and cope with a changing climate, but our ability to adapt will be outstripped if mitigation or reducing emissions doesn't happen swiftly and deeply. And we need to do more to make both mitigation and adaptation come into account in planning, in finance, and in implementation, so we can capture synergies, take advantage of potential co-benefits, avoid trade-offs, or at least manage them sensibly. So we need to rapidly scale up win-win actions that bias both mitigation and adaptation. There's some promising news, if we could have the next slide, in the area of chemicals and waste. And this is related to Jeff's work. So first, recent research shows the possibility of producing bioplastics using carbon dioxide in a process that will actually mimic photosynthesis. And other work combines carbon dioxide and bacteria to make bioplastics. So that's a promising avenue for addressing two problems: mitigate climate change by capturing CO2 from manufacturing processes and making that a feedstock, and then reducing the impacts of fossil fuel-based plastics on the environment. The second one, other research suggests that plastic waste can be turned into a product of higher value, and that involves breaking the products down into their raw materials. So for example, 2 different teams now have converted polyethylene plastic, which is the most widely used plastic, and it's found in single-use bags and bottles, and they turned that into polypropylene, which is feedstock for making higher value plastics. So these are early, but if they could be scaled up, they would reduce the use of fossil fuels for plastics and could potentially give us a triple win: reduce greenhouse gas emissions, advance the circular economy, and deal with plastic waste. And the third area listed there identified a low-cost approach for destroying the forever chemicals, or PFAS, which is the polyfluoroalkyl substances. Those are widely used, but really difficult to destroy, and that's why we call them persistent. Some PFAS are listed in the Stockholm Convention, and PFAS in rainwater greatly exceeds advisory levels in many places and can pose a serious threat to human health and the immune system. Well, we always thought only very high temperatures would break those carbon and fluorine bonds, but this research may have found a new Achilles heel in PFAS. They destroyed it using low temperatures and a cheap input, sodium hydroxide, which you may know as lye. Well, if we could scale this up, that would be a great alternative to incineration, which can be prohibitively expensive and environmentally unfriendly. So possible good news in all of these. There's also good news in a recent study on marine protected areas. Hawaii has the world's largest fully protected marine area. Let's see if I can actually say it. Papahanaumokuakea. It has a no fishing zone, which is 4 times the size of California. And this is a picture of Lalo French frigate shoals, which is part of the MPA. So we know marine protected areas clearly protect the fish in them and the sedentary marine species like coral. But now we know that these MPAs can protect and enhance species that migrate or travel through the MPAs. So this new research shows that this particular MPA benefits 2 migratory species, big eye tuna and yellowfin tuna, and catch rates for both of those increase substantially outside the MPA. These species are not only economically important, but they are also culturally significant to the indigenous peoples of the Pacific Islands. So that's good news, and another reason for 30 by 30. Now, the Living Planet report gives us an index, which is not good, changes in the relative abundance of vertebrates. And the reduction was most pronounced in freshwater fish, as well as reptiles and amphibians. If you look regionally, Latin America and the Caribbean saw the worst regional drop. You see 94% from 1970. Africa next at 66%, Asia and Pacific 55%. And habitat loss, as well as barriers to migration routes, are responsible for some, maybe half of the threats to these monitored species, and in particular for the migratory fish species. So it makes the MPA slide I just showed you so relevant as a help. We know the consequences of the combined biodiversity and climate change loss of lives, the economic assets from extreme weather, aggravated poverty and food insecurity, etc. And of course, zoonotic diseases. After our experience with COVID, how well prepared are we for the next zoonotic disease? But against this gloomy backdrop, there is a real call for systems transformation. And that, of course, is our GEF 8 mantra. And it rings through and calls for tackling climate change and biodiversity in an integrated way. And the report notes that increasingly researchers are using new lenses through which to review solutions, including consideration of equity and fairness, citing the UN General Assembly's resolution in July on the right to a healthy environment. So this report emphasizes a whole of society approach to empower everyone to act, recognizing different types of values and knowledge, systems, and the rights of Indigenous people and local communities to land, freshwater, and seas, so we move to a nature-positive society. Since we last met, the IPBES put out 2 new reports. The Greenish report focused on the sustainable use of wild species. Billions of people are dependent on wild species each and every day, including 70% of the world's poor. And Indigenous peoples manage the use of wild species on some 38 million square kilometers in 87 countries. Okay, that land is bigger than combining the size of Africa and Australia. We do know that nature-based tourism can be an economic powerhouse. Before the pandemic, protected areas had something like 8 billion visits a year, which resulted in $600 billion in US dollars. And we expect that demand will grow post-pandemic, but it will be important to address unsustainable impacts of the tourism industry. The Orange Report focuses on nature's valuation, and there are currently more than 50 different methods available to assess the diverse values of nature. And despite this, or possibly because of this, fewer than 5% of peer-reviewed valuation studies report that they actually had any impact on policy decisions. So this report provides guidelines to help embed the value of nature in decision and policy making. And I would just mention that there is a GEF medium-sized project with the Inter-American and the Asian Development Banks and the Stanford Natural Capital Project, looking with 10 pilot countries right now to advance approaches. And if it ends up being successful, which of course we hope it does, it maybe could be a more common approach that could be rolled out. And we're hoping for 50 countries by 2026. This land gap report concludes countries' climate pledges rely on unrealistic amounts of land-based carbon removal. It's up to 1.2 billion hectares, which is equal to all the current global cropland, or roughly 4 times the size of India. And current country carbon accounting practices assume that carbon is fungible, that all carbon stocks have the same stability and longevity, or a molecule is a molecule is a molecule. But carbon lost from primary forests is not offset by planting new trees for a long time. And remember that country commitments under the NDCs only go out to 2030. So we need better carbon accounting practices of the true impacts of different mitigation actions over time. We know, of course, there are many benefits from protecting primary forests and restoring lands, such as, and it's very important for Indigenous populations and local communities who depend on this forest. It was very interesting to note that indigenous lands vastly outperform government and private landowners in preventing deforestation, conserving biodiversity, and producing food sustainably. So primary forests, we get air filtration, soil quality, erosion control, and climate regulation, which leads to our next slide. So protected areas can provide a thermal buffer against climate change. This photo is from Batang Gadis National Park in Indonesia, and here are officials installing camera traps to monitor biodiversity in protected forests. This particular study looked at whether protected areas can serve as climate change refugia or refuges for biodiversity, because they cover 16% of the world's land area. And yes, a review across 5 biomes suggests this is true, across boreal forests, temperate forests, tropical forests, grasslands, and savanna. The protected areas effectively cool the land surfaces inside the protected area compared to the non-protected areas. So that is really important in boreal and temperate zones where climate warming is more pronounced. And these protected areas can provide a buffer against climate change because the species at higher latitudes are going to warm more. So very exciting. Protected areas are, of course, key to both mitigation and species adaptation. And here's more reinforcement for 30 by 30. Okay, here Gustavo is pictured talking about ARPA, the Amazon Regional Protected Area Program, on a boat in Tapajós River in July this year at a meeting with the Brazilian Minister of Environment and Government and Protected Area officials. And they were celebrating the 20-year anniversary of ARPA, which has been, as you know, supported by GEF since its inception. Gustavo was asked to speak about represent donors in his remarks, and ever the diplomat, he highlighted the importance of having a long-term vision for conservation, and that the ARPA program was an outstanding manifestation of collaboration among donors and national agencies, and it had provided resilience and survived many changes of government. And his true message was that ARPA is bigger than the obstacles put in its way, and that it is one of the most successful protected programs in the world, protected area programs. I got this picture from a former fellow graduate student of Gustavo, Abasita Chichon, and she wrote me, "We talked about a youth program on this very boat this year. Who would have thought that this youth program would happen only months later and be named in Gustavo's honor?" So the youth program is truly a fitting memorial. All right, I'll highlight briefly our recent work, starting with STAP's quadrennial report to the GEF. STAP's terms of reference include a report to the GEF Assembly on the state of science, on emerging issues and gaps, and looking ahead to the next replenishment. This report is either 6 months late or 6 months early. But since the purpose is to influence GEF 8 and 9, we're giving it to you now. It's a summary of the new science, and we give you 130 footnotes for your future reading pleasure. But as you know, over the last 8 years, the GEF has moved to tackle global environmental problems that cross the traditional focal areas with the integrated approach pilots, the impact programs, and now the integrated programs. And we all know the vision for GEF 8 is to have systems transformation to deliver global environmental benefits to ensure the healthy, productive, and resilient environment underpinning the well-being of human societies. So with greater emphasis on innovation, on transformation, on knowledge management and learning, policy coherence, and behavioral change. So what you're seeing here is simply a summary of the literature. Our review of recent literature highlighted 6 key entry points for transformation. And this is in summary form. The yellow represents energy decarbonization through renewables and sustainable industries. The light green is sustainable urban and peri-urban development. That includes smart cities. The dark green is sustainable food systems and resource use. The brownish red is sustainable and just economies. The purple is human health and well-being, capacity and demography. And the light blue is education, engagement of women and youth, and equity for other marginalized populations and indigenous peoples. So these 6 entry points are broad groupings of interactions between human and technical nature and socioeconomic systems. So for example, the sustainable food system and resource use covers interactions between land, water, ocean, as well as effects on biodiversity, natural capital, ecosystem integrity, climate change, and environmental pollution. Well, these 6 entry points have myriad connections with the newly approved and just beginning integrated programs. And we talk about this in our report. The first 3 entry points are most closely aligned with the mission because they are the environmental foundation necessary to achieve sustainable development. But the other 3 are also central to achieving the first 3, as well as for characterizing and identifying and producing co-benefits. So all of these require attention, and we believe that the 11 IPs are very well focused here. We talk about in the assembly report how transformation is needed at 4 levels. Projects need to maximize their efficiency and effectiveness to deliver multiple enduring outcomes. Focal areas and IPs should support well-targeted innovation and systems transformation. And at the portfolio level, a strategy with policies, tools, and systems that promote integrated and adaptive approaches to transformation, to knowledge management and learning across its programs and projects. And finally, externally, deploy GEF's considerable leverage strategically, as we've just discussed, to engage, support, and influence wider alliances to transform economic systems and knowledge partnerships. This is actually an award-winning photo from Indonesia. It's from Hana Arista, a flourishing vegetation patches, very beautiful and very sustainable. So from our four transformational level needs, we developed 7 recommendations. Since I love to feature new species, this is a brand new 7-centimeter long rose-veiled fairy wrasse. It's Chirolabris finfima, and it was discovered this year in the Maldives, one of the first species to be named in the local language and to be discovered by a Maldivian researcher. So the name is a nod to the Maldives national flower, the species name, and that's the rose, and a stunning pink hues of the wrasse. Okay, on our 7 recommendations, here are the first 4. 1, you will not be surprised, develop a clear risk framework for the GEF that underpins an implementation plan to ensure the implications are reflected in all areas of the activity. We think the risk framework should clarify the risk appetite the GEF has for different types of risk. And for example, we should distinguish approaches to administrative and personnel risk from approaches to innovation and transformation at the project, program, and whole of GEF. So the implementation plan should define the practical differentiated consequences for different levels of operation, and including for metrics and operations. Second, develop a more systematic approach to innovation. So building from this risk framework, the GEF should seek innovation, and we would suggest particularly in the integrated programs and the small grants programs and the dedicated window for innovation, but very exciting to hear innovation focused on so strongly in the NGI. Third, establish a GEF-wide strategy and implementation plan to address policy coherence across all operational levels to ensure that global environmental benefits from the projects are not undermined by countries' domestic policies or other disincentives. And we know that the GEF is producing a paper on this topic in June, and we produced one last June, this past June, that offers some ideas. Fourth, we suggest identifying which co-benefits should be tracked and establish a system to report on them. Promoting the wider benefits of GEF supporting GEBs can also encourage more support for the GEF's mission. So for example, if we can track improvement in human health and less pollution. The fifth assembly report on the next slide suggests establishing a knowledge management and learning system, no surprise. We think it should be everyone's business in the GEF, with culture change driven from the top down, so that project developers know what works, why, how, and under what circumstances, as well as what doesn't work. So a knowledge management and learning strategy should encompass empowerment and exchange, design and application, tracking and adapting, and a distributed approach that learns from diverse experiences and systems across the partnership. And so as we heard yesterday, the national dialogues, the regional workshops, the extended constituency workshops could also be places to pilot KM ideas or learn from local communities and countries. Sixth, include the voices of youth and other marginalized groups, such as Indigenous peoples, in the design and implementation of projects. And of course, I noted the focus on gender, youth, and Indigenous peoples in the CSO engagement last week. And of course, as already mentioned, the Gustavo Fonseca Youth Conservation Program is a wonderful addition to the GEF in this area. And the seventh is prioritize the GEF's engagement in selected extended partnerships where they can have a catalytic effect in transforming global environmental systems, improving policy coherence, facilitating learning, and reorienting financial flows, and, for example, working with others to phase out perverse subsidies. These pictures were actually taken in Ethiopia at the Integrated Approach Pilot in 2016. So we look forward to helping the GEF achieve these recommendations, and I'll come to what we're working on shortly. Next is risk appetite and the GEF. As you know, in June, the Council decided that a working group of Secretariat, Council, and staff should develop a risk appetite framework to be considered maybe as soon as June. And so as a down payment, we produced a short note which looks at how a number of institutions, 7 of the GEF agencies, plus the Agency for International Development and the Green Climate Fund, went about developing their risk appetite framework. So we're not saying what the GEF risk appetite framework should be, but what the process for developing it might look like. And this builds on the report that we submitted in June, which was why a risk appetite framework makes sense. So our new note makes 3 points. It's important for consistent leadership to set the tone and reinforce the importance of risk appetite, building a culture of effective risk management, and strengthening incentives for innovation. The second is you need an effective development process with structured deliberation, with extensive collaboration, a planned rollout, capacity support, so that you can embed risk appetite in practice. And then we recommend there are 5 strategic questions that can help guide the process. And you see them here. What categories of risk should it focus on? How much consistency of approach should be expected? Should the framework be qualitative or quantitative? At what programmatic level should the risk be assessed? How will responsibility be distributed? So we are really looking forward to the Council working group getting underway. And I was also interested to note in the analysis of risk in the GEF monitoring report that, quote, a higher share of projects tagged as being innovative at design indicate facing high, substantial, and moderate risk than other projects. So as we explore further innovation and the GEF's appetite for risk, we need to keep in mind the importance of monitoring greater risk for greater reward, we hope, in innovative projects. Streamlining the project cycle. First, here's a knobbed hornbill on the island of Sulawesi in Indonesia, visiting its chick in a nest cavity. But we work very closely, as you heard, with the GEF Secretariat in redesigning the PIF template to streamline it, make it more coherent, and make it simpler. To parallel that, we also revise the guidelines that staff uses in screening projects. So our new guidelines have 12 questions, all of which are covered in the new PIF, and they have very familiar topics, including systems thinking, theory of change, policy coherence, behavioral change, innovation, and transformation. And we redid our screening template, which is now much simpler with only 4 sections. 1, a summary of our view of the project as a whole. 2, a section that asks if the project rationale and description are sound, and we offer advice in that. 3rd are additional suggestions for the project design phase that would strengthen the project. And then finally, a rating. As you may know, in mid-August, we contributed to a GEF Secretariat briefing session on the new PIF for its own staff and for agency staff. And we'll be doing 2 more briefing sessions early in the new year. Okay, what will staff look for in screening the IP PFDs? That should probably be the next slide, Nico. Yes. Okay, staff will be keeping our eyes wide open, much like this owl friend, and paying particular attention to 6 issues when we screen the IP program framework document. This is another new species, a Scops owl, brand new discovery in Sao Tome and Principe off the coast of Central Africa. As Mohammed said, we were members of the technical group, which reviewed the agency's applications to lead the integrated programs, and staff panel members and staff were full of praise for how well organized and collegial that process was. Okay, the 6 things we want to look for are, again, not surprises to you: systems thinking, theory of change, knowledge management and learning, policy coherence, innovation, and how transformation will be achieved, including how the necessary changes in institutions or norms necessary can be delivered. And we're going to need good multi-stakeholder dialogue, of course, for that, which is essential. Well, 4 of those 6 were picked up in the GEF's report on lead agency selection as topics to be addressed in the PFDs. So staff would suggest that we might add the other 2 that weren't there: policy coherence and innovation. And if you read our assembly report, Annex 3 lays these out and offers some insights from us as we examined the IP applications. Virtually all of these got some mention in the applications, but they were very variable in depth. And so, of course, we hope they'll be improved by PFD stage. 2 things that aren't really in staff's mandate particularly, we did find that equity, gender, youth, Indigenous people, and local communities, and the private sector engagement were very cursory in the initial proposals from the agency. And most of the private sector attention, to the extent it had any, was focused on seeking co-finance. And we would just say, you know, there are many opportunities for private sector engagement in transformational change that goes beyond finance in accessing technology, expertise, and knowledge. So we would like to encourage that too. For this council meeting, we put forward a typology of adaptation benefits. The IPCC, in its 6th assessment report, said most observed adaptation is fragmented, small in scale, incremental, sector-specific, and designed to respond to current impacts as opposed to future, and more focused on planning than implementation. So we're hoping that this typology of adaptation benefits will help clarify whether the actions proposed by the project are sufficient to deliver expected outcomes. And this builds on the paper that we produced in June on an adaptation decision tree to help you decide if the project actually is relevant and needs adaptation. And this paper defines 3 types of adaptation benefits that can be pursued: reducing exposure, in reducing sensitivity, or increasing adaptive capacity, and clarifying the rationale for adaptation using this typology, we think could help funding bodies recognize and avoid piecemeal and potentially duplicative adaptation. We're also doing some work on MSPs and innovation, which is the next slide. As you know, the GEF 8 strategic positioning framework recognizes the importance of innovation, and the IEO found that medium-sized projects were a particularly fertile modality. So we looked at 70 out of 241 MSPs in GEF 7 using STAP's definition on innovation in blue. And as you can see, about half of them were innovative. That's the orange part, so that's good. And then if you go over to the green band, the light green band, some incremental improvements were in about 13 out of those 34. And so, for example, maybe using a tried and true technology that had been tested elsewhere, but not in this region. So that we call that incremental. 16 wanted to make major improvements. That's the dark green. For example, one project UNDP did introduced an innovative mini grid business model to de-risk investment. So that was major. And then some actually adopted completely novel approaches or tested new solutions, such as one by the Asian Development Bank on public-private partnerships for coral reef insurance. Now, if you go over to the blue bar, you can see the 5 domains of innovation that we talked about in our 2019 paper. That is technological, finance, business models, institutional, and policy innovation. And those are about evenly distributed across the 34 projects. And half of the projects had more than one innovation type. So STAP had earlier concluded that innovation often will require more than one of these kinds of innovation. So GEF 7 MSPs seems to be moving in that direction. And almost all of these innovative projects had an intention to scale. And finally, there is some evidence that MSPs can lay the groundwork for larger GEF investments. For example, the World Bank's $14 million Rhino bonds, which is an NGI, with $150 million in co-financing, was preceded by a $1.7 million MSP that tested 7 candidate sites and provided technical resources and training for increased security. So very interesting, more to come. Here's our future work. We've got a lot of workshops and future work to help GEFSEC and the council as GEF 8 rapidly ramps up. I do want to say, though, I'm hoping this one might stump the CEO. This is a 3rd brand new wonder of nature, the Taper Valley tree frog, discovered in a rewilded cattle ranch in Costa Rica this year. And the species name is Celeste to honor Rio Celeste, the tourism icon in Costa Rica. Like the owl species, this frog was discovered because researchers heard a weird sound, and after 6 months, they found the source. He's only 2 centimeters long, and he was hidden in the grasses. But how exciting that we are still finding new species. It all gives us hope as we head into the CBD. Okay, you see 12 things that STAP is lined up. We will be very busy. The risk appetite framework. We'll work with the council and next steps so that we can deliver an appropriate framework. We will do the 2 further briefing sessions on the new PIF in conjunction with the GEF Secretariat. Knowledge management, we will hold a convening early next year to discuss agencies' experiences in setting up KM platforms for the IIPs and the impact programs to see how these more mature platforms and experiences can be helpful in developing platforms for the new IPs. And we're very happy to help the CEO with whatever is needed to develop a GEF 8 KM strategy. And I hope that that early year convening will give us some useful pointers. Getting the IP KM platforms right indeed could be, as the CEO said, helpful in piloting an innovative KM agenda. Policy coherence. We gave you a June paper, Framing Policy Coherence, and that suggested why it matters to the GEF so that global benefits are not undermined by misaligned policies that allow leakage or reduce durability. And as GEF considers its paper, we offered some ideas in the tables in that report on some tools that can be used or how some package bundles of ideas can be put together to achieve integration, etc. So we will help GEF think about how to operationalize this. Simple future narratives, we explained in June in another paper how thinking about what kinds of change could occur over the course of the project could help in designing projects to be more resilient and more durable. And so we will try to continue to build on that paper. Metrics for transformational change, Jeff Seck has asked us to co-lead a workshop with them. And that would be a follow-up to another June paper we gave you on transformational change. And of course, that is our goal for GEF 8. On co-benefits, we posted a June note on co-benefits and the linking to ensure durable global benefits. So we will continue thinking about how those could be captured and reported. And in the discussion on monitoring on Monday, I think it was Sweden calling for more monitoring on socioeconomic benefits, i.e. beyond the GEBs. And so we do want to help with that. And we're also thinking about the global impact of GEF on the economy. Innovation, we will continue to help Jeff Seck and the Council develop a more systematic approach to innovation, including the IPs, the MSPs, the dedicated window, and of course, this will all build on the risk appetite report posted by staff for this council and as the council subgroup proceeds. Environmental security, we did a paper on environmental security in 2018, but the CEO has suggested it might be interesting to take another look at this. And we will begin by looking at how different actors, including the GEF agencies, are addressing these linkages and where there might be opportunities for the GEF, including in program and project design. You know, I did want to say that most of the discussion yesterday focused on how conflict can be a risk to implementation, and boy, that's certainly true. But there may also be opportunities for GEF and environmental cooperation to contribute to regional stability and peace building as well. So 2 sides to environmental security we hope to look at. Land degradation neutrality. With the GEF SEC, we have commissioned an analysis of projects to see how it's being addressed and ultimately we hope improve practices. Currently looking at 51 GEF LDN projects as well as 17 under 2 of the IPs, Drylands and Fallure, and we'll have a report on that in June. Training will help with a modest set of training materials with a focus on theory of change, project design. We've also offered to organize a STAP day at the GEF Extended Constituency Workshop in March and at future ones. And non-grant instruments, finally, we're going to review our experience in screening NGI to see what lessons we can learn that might be helpful in screening future NGI projects. We'll take note of the updated NGI policy and strategy with its continued focus on expanding private sector investment and innovation. And just to say again, how excited I am that innovation was at the very center of the last NGI conversation. And now for the last slide, as a sign of gratitude to our Canadian colleagues for hosting the assembly next year, I leave you with this picture of a Roosevelt elk at Cervus canadensis roosevelti. This elk challenged a hammock and won in the small community of Yubo, British Columbia. And this picture won the Canadian Wildlife Photograph of the Year competition. So large animals like elk and moose and deer can become entangled in things typically found in people's backyards, ropes, holiday lights, swing sets because of their large antlers. So if any of you are expecting large ungulates, such as reindeer, to appear in the next few weeks in your yard, you might be careful that they don't get tangled. if they do get tangled, it can impede their ability to feed, but this one seems to be coping. It looks like it's resilient and the antlers are eventually going to be shed. Anyway, I'm sure this elk was well taken care of, just as we will be by our Canadian friends. We hope to see you all in Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Rosina, to you. It was a great the ending of your presentation to see the elk with Tom Bowie's hammock in your antlers. So with this, allow me, Rosina, to open the floor for the questions and or comments by council members. As usual, I would ask William to help us with the list of speakers.
Thank you very much. So let's start with Hoda, followed by Ben. Hoda, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I have to take this call from the car right now. Really wanted to thank Rosina for this interesting presentation. As usual, the STAP for me presentation is interesting, and I had to finish it, go through it till the end. Maybe I was a little bit going to raise my comment at the end at other businesses, but going through this presentation has highlighted some issues that I'm really happy to hear, that concerning, for example, the marine protected areas. To see this point has been highlighted throughout your presentation. For my years, it's really amazing to hear about, especially I don't know if you heard about this, but during our COP27 held in Egypt, we highlight, for the first time, we had this biodiversity day during the COP, and we highlighted that we are going to be to declare our first marine protected MPA throughout the whole, for the Red Sea, the whole Red Sea. We started first with a global fund for coral reefs, you know, when at the northern side and the southern side, and then we are going to declare it in a couple of months, I think, next couple of months. This is for one concerning the MPAs. And another issue that I don't know if it was highlighted properly or not, having, for example, a program funded throughout the GEF for nature-based solution, as it links both biodiversity and climate change. It highly recommended. I don't know if it's going to be visible or not, if the GEF can look, for example, for the initiative that has been launched during the COP27 to be integrated throughout the works, throughout global programs. It will be really appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hoda. So Ben, followed by Tom. Ben, you have the floor.
Many thanks, William. And also many thanks for the excellent presentation and set of reports. I think this highlights the importance of STAP in the GEF architecture, not least in bringing research literature findings to the Council, and the transformational systems change is needed more urgently than ever. We support the focus STAP has brought on coordination and integration at multiple levels within and out of the GEF's portfolio. We continue to highly appreciate the work STAP is doing on risk, and welcome the updated brief on their work to develop a risk appetite framework and consultations they've had so far. We look forward to reviewing the risk framework at the next council, as already flagged in the last item on the NGI. We support the work STAP has done closely with the GEF Secretariat in redesigning the PIF and the general efforts to make GEF operations more efficient, ultimately just speed up access to finance for countries. And thanks STAP for joining the process to assess lead agencies' integrated programs. As discussed yesterday, that was a very effective process. Finally, we support the continuing work STAP is doing on risk, and also developing a systematic approach on innovation and policy coherence. It's also good to see that you're planning to do work on non-grant instruments, noting our comments previously regards concessionality. I'll leave it there. Thanks, William.
Thank you, Ben. Tom, followed by Andrea. Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Rosina. always count on us to really love every single moment when STAP comes to the council and share with us the latest science in language that actually even my grandmother can understand, and that it is policy relevant. And so there's nothing in your presentation that I do not love. And so continue on the good work, and also welcome to the new member of STAP. Just to let you know that even my minister's office asked us about STAP. And so science is not just part of the what I call the infrastructure, but it has elevated to the decision-making levels. And thank you so much for identifying where my hammock went. I have to have a talk with that elk. And I'm a British Columbia boy. And so let us say that I'm looking forward to hopefully welcoming as many of you to that neck of the woods as soon as possible. Thank you again, Rosina and STAP colleagues.
Thank you, Tom. Andrea, you have the floor, followed by Vitor.
Thank you. And thank you, Rosina, for a great presentation, as always. Overall, Sweden supports STAP's recommendations, and we were happy to hear that the comment that we had on the socioeconomic co-benefits has been well received. We just have one additional question for clarification purposes, and that's regarding recommendation number 6. Sweden would like to underline the need for recognizing the critical role of young people in environmental action and to enable all relevant stakeholders, including youth, women, LGBTQ persons, and indigenous peoples, to get involved meaningfully in policy formulation and implementation at both national and international level. And this inclusion can, of course, be made in several different ways. And in this regard, we would welcome STAP's elaboration on this particular suggested way forward to do this by broadening the GEF's policy on gender rather than through any other potential avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Vitor, you have the floor, followed by Sylvia.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Rosina, for this very interesting and beautifully illustrated presentation. I took note of the very timely mention of papers on waste and plastics, while many of our colleagues are now gathered in Punta del Este to address this issue. Regarding training, which you addressed both in the report and in your presentation, I would like to reflect a suggestion that maybe in the future you can think of workshops, training workshops for the focal points of the conventions for which the GEF is financial mechanism, in order that future projects submitted take into account in a relevant and coherent way all STAP's suggestions. Of course, the report is already a tool in this sense, but I think such a workshop could bring closer relation between could improve the projects submitted and hence bring more environmental benefits. I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitor. Sylvia, followed by Rob. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. And also thank you to Rosina. You, as always, reminded us of why we're all here and what we're working for. And as usual, your well-curated pictures made my day. On a more formal note, Germany welcomes the STAP report and really appreciates STAP's recommendation, in particular to identify and to track co-benefits of GEF investment, which will be key in GEF 8 and under upcoming COPs. We also welcome STAP's work on how to even better include marginalized groups, such as indigenous peoples, in design and implementation process of investments, and to prioritize external partnerships, in particular expanding the private sector partnership beyond the topic of co-financing. Germany also highly welcomes the concise and straightforward proposal on how to better track climate adaptation benefits. Here, we would like to know how the GEF Secretariat plans to apply this to the GEF 8 work program, as we believe that all GEF projects would benefit from this additional tracking of adaptation benefits. Finally, we look forward to all upcoming work and stand ready to strongly engage, particularly on all issues related to risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Rob, followed by Baba. Rob, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you so much, Rosina. I mean, as always, this was a great report. It's always a highlight of the council meeting, and I know everyone has said that, but it's really true. And for me, I especially appreciate it because I learn something every time. I really appreciated the roundup of science this time. I heard the bad news. There's plenty of bad news, but I also heard the good news. And I was really especially interested in what you were saying about the plastics and innovation. That's something that we've been talking about a lot, and the importance of innovation in solving the plastics problem. We've heard similar reports from some of our national labs, and I think it really is good news that we need to pay attention to and follow up on. So really appreciate that. Also really appreciated the pointing out the importance of MPAs and the terrestrial protected areas and giving shout outs to the importance of 30 by 30. I think that was really helpful. And also your reports are just always so clear and your recommendations are so practical. And I think that really helps, for me anyway, it really helps bring home sort of, the importance of thinking in a practical way about how to make these programs better and really, make sure that we are in a transformational space. So really appreciate all that work. I wanted to express our thanks, to Dr. Ali for his service on the staff. Although I think I heard that he's going to continue on for a while longer to focus on environmental security, which is a priority for our assistant secretary. So I'm excited to hear that he's going to stay on at least for a little while longer. Also, just in reviewing, we really appreciate the staff's work in reviewing projects and providing excellent expert perspectives. We sometimes, I hear it every time at the council meetings, but I feel sometimes that the messages of the report get lost in all of the other things and all the other documents and decisions. And I know I was struck by your list of work and the things you're going to do, but we were wondering if it would be possible to have webinars or other opportunities beyond this session to dive deeper into some of the future reports. I know I would really appreciate that. And I think it could be really helpful in understanding the importance of your work and how what you're doing is really going to help sort of with the transformational change. And I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you also to Stephanie for her message in the chat. And I now give the floor to Baba from Senegal. Baba, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier Rosina, la présidente du STAP et toute son équipe pour le travail remarquable qu'ils sont en train de faire. Surtout la qualité du rapport qui vient de nous être présenté de façon très énergique par Rosina. Alors, je voudrais poser un certain nombre de questions pour éclairer ma lanterne, parce que ce rapport-là est d'une très grande importance pour les délibérations du Conseil, d'autant plus que les activités du FEM, les projets, les programmes, de mon point de vue, doivent avoir une base scientifique et technique très robuste pour pouvoir être justifiés. Alors, ce que je voudrais savoir, c'est dans un premier temps, quels sont les rapports entre le travail du STAP et ce que le PNUE est en train de faire de façon périodique en présentant le rapport sur l'état de l'environnement mondial. Je crois que un tel rapport pourrait être très utile parce que les tendances globales de l'environnement mondial pourraient également orienter l'action du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial en matière de prise en charge des préoccupations qui sont exprimées au niveau international. J'ai été très attentif à la découverte d'espèces nouvelles que Rosina a présentées. Et cela me fait penser aux efforts supplémentaires que le FEM doit faire pour accompagner les acteurs de la recherche scientifique et technique, parce que ce que nous craignons, c'est que avant même leur découverte, que beaucoup d'espèces ne soient disparues à cause justement de l'activité de l'homme dans certaines zones à haute intensité de biodiversité qui sont aujourd'hui menacées par les activités humaines. Donc, je pense qu'il est important que dans le cadre des projets et des programmes qui sont financés, qu'on puisse penser aux acteurs de la recherche scientifique pour que justement ces nouvelles découvertes puissent en tout cas renseigner les activités que nous, les projets et les programmes que nous mettons en œuvre. J'ai également, mon attention a également été attirée sur la question des aires marines protégées et leur impact dans la reconstitution de la biodiversité, notamment la biodiversité marine. Parce qu'au Sénégal, dans beaucoup de pays de la sous-région ouest-africaine, cette politique est en train d'être mise en œuvre et cette politique impacte positivement l'activité de pêche parce que les aires marines protégées, pour l'essentiel, sont des sites qui sont contrôlés et surveillés avec l'appui des communautés locales qui permet davantage de les impliquer dans les activités de conservation. Et avec les résultats positifs que nous avons dans le développement de leurs activités économiques, ça peut être un élément de plaidoyer supplémentaire pour pousser davantage les communautés à jouer un rôle beaucoup plus important dans la conservation. Alors, je terminerai par une observation en ce qui concerne les questions nouvelles et émergentes, parce que j'ai vu les grandes orientations que Rosina a dégagées, parce que aujourd'hui, sur la question des changements climatiques, il est vrai qu'il y a un risque majeur à l'horizon 2100 de sortir carrément de cette trajectoire de 1,5 degré et d'atteindre les 2,5 si nous restons dans les CDN, les contributions déterminées au niveau national. Mais il faudrait également que les questions nouvelles et émergentes puissent être intégrées dans le travail du STAP, notamment la question des pertes et dommages, qui devient de plus en plus une question très largement discutée dans les négociations internationales sur le climat, pour en tout cas renseigner les activités des États, mais également les activités du FEM. Donc, c'est ça que je voulais dire, Monsieur le Président. Remercier encore une fois le STAP et dire que ma circonscription appuie les recommandations que nous trouvons très, très pertinentes pour la suite du processus. Merci.
Thank you, Baba. And finally, before we go back to Rosina, Emily from Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I'll be very brief. So thank you so much to Rosina for the excellent presentation and for updating us on the latest science and also for bringing in these little stories of colorful species that really brightens the day here in gray Copenhagen. Our constituency supports all of the recommendations, and we also welcome the future work on environmental security, which aligns very well with the GEF 8 inclusion agenda, and also the planned work on the gap analysis regarding conflict sensitivity and engagement in fragile states that is planned for the next council. So thank you again, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you also, Gabriela, for your comment in the chat. And with that, I see no more speakers, so back to Rosina. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. To go to Egypt, yes, working on climate and nature-based solutions is something that we have been promoting GEF-wide and staff-wide for a long time. As you know, we now screen every project for climate risk, whether it's a biodiversity project or whatever. And so we are trying to tie these better together. In fact, you know, the needed emission reductions by 2030 of 50%, a third of those can come from managed forest and restoration. And so it is very important to tie these together. However, as I mentioned in my talk, it's very important that you understand if you're planting a tree by 2030, that's not the same as protecting the intact forest, which also provide migration corridors. Many of you raised the issue of youth, and in Egypt's comment on nature-based solutions, STAP did produce a paper and have a series of workshops discussing nature-based solutions. We did actually use 8 graduate students in the course of that who ended up being full participants. And I see you on the screen. The IEO also uses a lot of youth and graduate students to learn along the way. So I think, you know, really there's more going on in the GEF family in the idea of training and bringing up new people in this arena of GEF's purview than may be known. I'm glad that Tom's grandmother can understand me and is still awake. I think most of the bad news that I showed you really just was meant to emphasize what we all know, that this transformation and speedy change is most important. And so truly monitoring, are we achieving global environmental benefits, and are we innovative, and are we taking some risk? I think is very important going forward. Sweden challenged us to think more about how to incorporate gender and youth and indigenous populations. You know, so far we have not produced, STAP have not produced a paper on that. I did mention that the initial IP applications were quite minimal or perfunctory, maybe is the right word, in those areas, but we all recommended that they come back by the PFD stage, with a much stronger strategy. So Andrea, it is something STAP could consider doing a paper on. It's sort of not particularly in the science realm, but as I noted, with so much of the world's protected areas under indigenous management, and how well that management yields avoided deforestation and food, etc. The science that we learned from these indigenous populations would certainly be something that we could take up and look more into. On the youth side, you know, I mentioned the 2 things that GEF has done very quickly, of course, the youth conservation program and the increased CSO attention to that. But I will take that under advisement and talk to my STAP panel members at our next call on the 15th. Let's see. On Brazil, I haven't done anything different. On Brazil's point, and some other, and I guess it was it Rob's point too, on additional webinars or training, you know, we're very eager to work with the country focal points. We're happy to work with the MEA focal points. We're happy to work with the extended constituency workshops. We're happy to come to the regional meetings, etc. So yes, you know, we do have a training session on theory of change and the PIFs that we have ready to go. But there are others we can do. Normally, when we have had in-person council meetings, Rob, we have tried to have it every other one, somewhere up to a half a day of staff inviting agencies and council members so that we could talk more about our work. But now that we're more into the Zoom world, we can certainly do that too, and we will take that under advisement. Germany asked, I guess that was really more to the GEF, about adaptation co-benefits, but we will be thinking more about what co-benefits we may not yet be aggregating in the GEF current system that, again, as I mentioned in my talk, I think would help others appreciate that we're improving livelihoods and reducing pollution and improving health simultaneously with the more traditional GEBs. Let's see, Senegal, the difference between UNEP and STAP. UNEP manages STAP, as in, you know, they do the official appointments and handle the funding, but they are one of the 18 agencies that are part of the GEF. And so STAP exists simply to be the science advice or the science conscience or whatever you want to call us for the partnership of the Global Environment Facility. And as you have seen, we have been working more in collaboration in I think very productive ways in the helping with the redesign of the PIF, which one panel member said, you know, he was told would never happen, and how exciting that we managed to do that and get something that we think is much simpler. So I mean, STAP synthesizes the results of science, whether it comes from agencies or the peer-reviewed literature. And we see our role mainly as bringing science into the GEF and GEF's needs back out to the science community. And to Senegal's point about 2.5, yes, that only reinforces why we need to be transformational. I hope I didn't miss any questions. There were a lot of comments about the wonderful critters that I won't readdress. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rosina, for your responses. Let me complement also on my side a little bit on what you presented, and also allow me to react to some of the comments that were presented by council members. One is, the work that the staff and the secretariat do together. I'm super grateful that we have this scientific advisory panel supporting us not just in planning and projecting action, but also on the review and on the monitoring element. I mean, staff is all over around us on everything that we do. As a matter of fact, I hear more and more how do other development funds and similar funds are looking to mimic the structure that the GEF has within the GEFSEC and the staff, and this is great. Your recommendation on working on knowledge management and learning systems is highly appreciated. The work that you're been helping us with, particularly putting very specific content to something that resonates a lot of on us, is a little bit abstract, which has to do with policy coherence, is something which is critical to us in our need to use it as a cross-cutting element in everything that we do. So the work that we do together is very fruitful, is very productive, and very grateful by your leadership and the team that you have on that you manage. The second element that I wanted to highlight, Rosina and dear colleagues, is the connection within protected areas and climate resilience. And there was a very good observation by France in the chat box. I mean, the GEF has their fingerprint all over protected areas around the globe. If we add all the protected areas together, where the GEF has been supporting countries, this will be an area bigger than Brazil. So we've been there supporting countries in their effort to protect nature and protect biodiversity. And guess what? At the end of the day, this has been the biggest life insurance that many countries do have in terms of being resilient to climate change. That is why when we talk about restoration, when we talk about preserving biodiversity because of the climate benefits, we need to look into the system of protected areas, and not just the physical system of protected areas, rather than also the financial mechanism that the GEF has worked with. The GEF has been the #1 source of finance for conservation trust funds in all recipient countries. Now, we need to see this as a huge opportunity to build on it as a baseline to help countries be much more resilient to climate change. So this is where ecosystem-based adaptation, this is where nature-based solutions come together. And I want to really highlight the need for the countries to reassess the work that they have done with regards to protected areas. Protected areas, yes, we got a lot of maps with a lot of protected areas there, but 2/3 of protected areas are still paper parks. We need to really continue engage, particularly supporting those who are in the front line of management of protected areas. In this case, the men and women who are the rangers. Without the rangers and supporting the rangers, the men and women that work at the field level will never achieve our effort to protect nature and, to say the least, to get to that desired 30 by 30. My final point, Rosina, has to do with the report that you highlighted from WWF this year that says that in the last 40 years, we have lost 69% of the wild biomass. I want to put these numbers in context. This is 69% loss of wild biomass of what we know, scientifically know. I want to underline the fact that science only knows around 25 to 30% of the biodiversity of this planet. So what we have lost is 69% of what we know, which is between 25 to 30% of our global biodiversity. Most of the biodiversity in this planet is unknown, hasn't been scientifically classified. Most of it are the invertebrates. And yes, we may be losing invertebrates in a higher rate than the vertebrates because of intense chemical use on all sectors. And even though scientists have said to us that we may be losing 1 million species by 2030 if we continue with this unsustainable path, I strongly disagree with that number. It's not 1 million, it's 10 million. Most probably 10 million species will be lost in the next decade. This is basically because we still don't know much of the biodiversity, and the latest scientific research tell us that we probably have 10 times more biodiversity in the planet than what we previously knew. The work that the GEF does in biodiversity monitoring, the work that the GEF has done in developing new technologies to do monitoring and classification of biodiversity, like DNA barcoding, will help us understand the huge diversity of a species of animals and plants. That is why the decision of donors doing the replenishment to have this innovation window, and this is an idea of Gustavo Fonseca, is extremely, extremely important, because we need to keep investing in generating knowledge in the science, in investing in the future scientists. Because without the knowledge and the science, the decisions to preserve our biodiversity nature would not generate the outcomes and outputs that we want. So thank you so much, Rosina, for this. And I don't know, William, if we still have any other speakers in the list.
Thank you very much. No, we don't have any more speakers in the list. There may have been a few comments on the chat. But that seems to conclude the session. Now, you may have noticed that every speaker on this session started with a broad smile. And that is a merit of the report, but also of Rosina's delivery. So thank you very much. That's why we put you in the middle of the session, so that you bring us all back to the enthusiastic start. And to make that smile even broader, we're going to break our practice and have a 10-minute break.
Thank you, William.
But let's make it punctual, okay? So it is now 8:37 a.m. in DC, so let's make it 8:50 in DC punctual. Thank you very much. See you in a few minutes.
Well, cheese and myself. There you go. That's just I love cheese. I mean, you're learning the restaurant. I don't feed it the restaurant.
I think it's your last.
Thank you all. I hope you got a chance to stretch your legs, get a coffee, whatever. And so let me then give the floor back to our co-chair for item 8 on the agenda. Ambassador Fituri, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Well, next up on our agenda is agenda item 8, which is the review of the GEF management action record and the management response. I invite Mr. Chua Wito to introduce the review of the GEF management action record. So it's over to you, Chua.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I hope that you still have the smiles on your faces following Rosina's presentation. Here in DC, the sun has risen, and unlike in Michigan, it's not snowing, but the rain keeps the morning very dark. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the loss of Gustavo. For years, he was the most important counterpart for us in the IEO. He'd keep us on the straight and narrow and make sure that we didn't get away with any sloppy statements that were not based on evidence. And of course, we greatly miss him as a great colleague. Anyway, so let me give you a short recap on the IEO work. As you know, we presented the 7th comprehensive evaluation of the GEF, the OPS 7, to the Council in December last year, and we have now started working towards OPS 8. Last time we submitted an early draft of our work program for the 3 years, and we benefited greatly from comments from the Council. In the next meeting, we will present the updated and more detailed work program that will build towards OPS 8. Okay. So in this presentation, like the co-chair was saying, we will start with the review of the management action record. But then we will, after that, we will also present a second evaluation on the effects of COVID on GEF activities and the GEF response to minimize these effects. And I'll then, after that, give a brief presentation on our recent stock-taking exercise on evaluating environmental interventions in UN agencies and the various knowledge and training activities our office has been engaged in. So let's get on to the review of the GEF management action record. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues, especially Neeraj Negi and Pei-Xuan Zhu, who led the work on this study. The MAR, as we know, is the most important accountability tool for reporting on the actions taken in response to IEO evaluation recommendations. After the professional peer review of the evaluation function, together with GEF management and the council, we revised the MAR process. Earlier, the council would endorse IEO recommendations and the management would provide a response thereto. Under the new system, we turned it around and the council instead endorses the actions management commits to take in its management response to the evaluation and not the evaluation recommendations per se. In this study, we reflect on lessons from the past experience with the MAR and take an early look into the functioning of the revised approach. So the key evaluation questions that we posed here were, what are the principal themes for recommendations in IEO evaluations, and what has been the GEF's record in adoption and implementation? Secondly, do the management responses provide a sufficient basis for assessing the implementation progress of follow-up activities? And finally, what are some current practices across multilateral organizations in assessing progress in implementation of management's action plan to address evaluation recommendations? To do this, we classified 186 IEO evaluation recommendations based on their focus and intended results, covering 59 evaluations that were presented to the GEF Council between 2006 and 2021. We analyzed the management responses to assess management's level of agreement with evaluation recommendations, as well as the specification of follow-up actions and the timeframes. We also covered 435 records of management's self-assessments of the adoption of recommendations, together with the corresponding IEO validations presented in the MAR to assess concurrence. We interviewed key stakeholders involved in the process, and we also reviewed and compared similar MAR systems of 9 peer multilateral organizations that have an independent evaluation function. So what did we find? We classified the recommendations contained in the evaluations on 2 axes, whether they were operational, strategic, or policy focused, and whether they were output or outcome oriented. We found that the majority of the evaluation recommendations that the IEO put forth were operational in nature. Operational recommendations were mainly output oriented, while recommendations concerning strategies and policy topics were mainly outcome oriented. A few issues are repeated in the IEO recommendations over time. These include things such as the improving data quality and data management, which seem to be perennial issues. And they obviously both reflect the importance of the issue and the sustained efforts required to address them. As for the management response, to these recommendations, we found that the management response rate to evaluation recommendations has significantly improved since the MAR process reform. Of course, this is relatively new, but there is an improvement, actually, to 100%, which is quite remarkable. The GEF management agreement with the recommendations after MAR reform is also higher than when MAR was first introduced in GEF3. The level of detail in management responses regarding specific actions and timelines has improved substantially since the MAR reform. And also the concurrence between management self-assessment ratings and IEO validation ratings has improved over the GEF replenishment periods, reflecting a better understanding of what it takes to achieve a substantial or high rating. Then we analyzed the factors that affect the adoption of recommendations, and here's what we found. As might be anticipated, when you have a win-win situation, this is more likely to be adopted than those recommendations that involve a trade-off. And also those recommendations that were not fully adopted by the management often had a financial implication or of course, some practical constraints. Recommendations were more likely to be adopted when they were aligned with the GEF Secretariat's work plan on corporate level policies. Also pretty obvious. There was a time element to this adoption. The majority of recommendations attain at least a substantial level of adaptation within 4 years of the recommendation. So it takes a little bit of time to change systems and behaviors here. And there's also a correlation rate with the response, correlation with the response rate. Recommendations that were not accompanied by a management response were not likely to achieve full adoption either. And finally, recommendations are more likely to achieve full adoption when follow-up actions are identified in the management response. There is that it's not only that the management response agrees with the recommendation, but actually identifies follow-up, concrete follow-up actions. So as I mentioned, we also did a scan of practices in 9 comparator organizations. And here are some of the lessons from these institutional comparisons. The GEF MAR system shares some of the good practices in institutions with independent evaluation units. These include disclosure of management's response in conjunction with the evaluation and regular follow-up on progress in implementation of recommendations. There were a few gaps that we identified in the GEF system. And these included things like that we have a fairly limited time for management to develop detailed action plans with timelines, and this is something that we have to address. There's often an unclear articulation of the level of agreement with each recommendation. And the management responses that do not always include action plans with timelines for recommendations, as I said earlier, are harder to follow up. Of course, you would need these timelines. And then finally, we don't have an online platform to record and monitor implementation of these recommendations, which would facilitate the participation of relevant parties. And some of these organizations do have. So we had 5 conclusions to this review. So while a majority of the GEF or of the IEO recommendations were implemented fully or to a substantial degree, and they were showing a high follow-up action on recommendations. There was an issue of management responses often being slightly unclear in articulating the level of management agreement with the recommendations. But the management responses prepared after the MAR process reform provide a much greater level of detail in action plans to address recommendations, and tracking progress on implementation will require actions and timelines in all of these cases. The concurrence in management self-assessment of the IEO's validation ratings has improved, which indicates a shared understanding on implementation and adoption. The comparative analysis demonstrates that while the GEF MAR system has several good practices, there are some gaps that can be addressed and will be addressed, I hope, to make the system serve as a better accountability and learning tool. I'd say even better accountability and learning tool, because it's working pretty well now. So we had a couple of recommendations. The first is that the management should ensure that the action plan included in its management response to IEO recommendations lists specific actions with timelines where appropriate. And secondly, that the GEF should improve the MAR process and reporting through a more participatory approach involving GEF agencies where relevant, and involving GEF agencies where relevant, and should develop a suitable platform for tracking the implementation of action plans. So that's our report on the MAR review. So over back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for sharing with Council the review of the management action. So now I invite Sonia to introduce management's response to the report that we've just heard. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks also to Juha for the presentation. A good time of day to everyone. The GEF Secretariat welcomes the IEO review of the GEF Management Action Record. The Secretariat values this informative review that focuses on the main accountability mechanism for monitoring and reporting on the implementation of Council decisions related to evaluation recommendations. On recommendation 1, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. Applicable immediately, the GEF Secretariat will clearly state the level of agreement with each recommendation of IEO evaluations as follows. The GEF Secretariat agrees or partially agrees or rejects this recommendation. Where there is a full or partial agreement with the recommendation, and if the nature of the recommendation is appropriate to do so, the Secretariat will include into the management response a preliminary timeframe for measures or actions. The Secretariat would like to emphasize that any timeframes introduced into management responses may be preliminary in nature, should be treated with a certain degree of flexibility, and the Secretariat should retain the option to introduce adjustments to these timelines as needed. The Secretariat would like to highlight that as the required commitments and levels of detail of the management responses increase, this needs to be simultaneously accompanied by an increased preparation time. The Secretariat welcomes the commitment of the review that evaluations will be available to the Secretariat 4 weeks before the posting deadline for Council documents in order to facilitate timely preparation of the detailed management responses by the required posting date. The Secretariat also values the suggestion of this recommendation that, if needed, additional time can be given to the Secretariat to develop detailed action plans and timelines on certain evaluations. On recommendation 2, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. The Secretariat welcomes the commitment by the IEO to clearly address its recommendations to the specific actors of the GEF partnership and looks forward to this in all subsequent evaluations. Where recommendations are clearly directed towards GEF agencies in particular, the Secretariat will explore ways to consult with agencies on the management responses. As this may add to the preparation time needed, the Secretariat would again like to underscore the need for appropriate preparation time, as discussed in the earlier recommendation. The Secretariat agrees that the MAR process would benefit from a more centralized approach. To this end, the Secretariat would like to highlight the improvements made in its own internal processes on IEO evaluations over the last 2 years. The Secretariat agrees that further improvements to this process can be made and is already working on further strengthening its internal process for the recording of recommendations, management responses, action plans, and follow-up, particularly in light of the many recommendations of the OPS 7 report and its related evaluations. With that, I thank you for your attention and I return you to the co-chair.
Thank you, Sonia, for introducing management's response to the review of the management action record. Now I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from council members and request Williams to assist in this list.
Thank you. And Gabriela has asked for the floor, so you have it. Gabriela, please go ahead.
Thank you, William. That's working, yeah. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the MAR and the IEO for the evaluation. We're fully supportive of the 2 recommendations and satisfied with the Secretariat response. Thank you for that. However, we would like to better understand the centralized and coordinated Secretariat-wide approach to IEO evaluations that the Secretariat has been implementing and how it plans to deepen it and why a new digital platform as suggested by the IEO is not an option or not envisaged in the medium term. And we further suggest that we amend this council decision. So I'm not sure whether we have to amend this decision or have another one because of governance reasons. So to request the IEO to share its evaluations at least 4 weeks prior to the council meeting to allow for sufficient time for the GEF Secretariat to follow a more participatory approach involving GEF agencies in its reporting. And I don't know whether we can amend this decision or whether we would need another one, and would appreciate if maybe William could elaborate if we need 2 decisions or if we can just add a sentence requesting the IEO to circulate their evaluations at least 4 weeks prior to council to really ensure that we can have this participatory approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you also to Ben and to Jeff from FAO for the comments of the chat. Next speaker is Alf, Norway, followed by Abby from USA. Alf, you have the floor.
Thank you. Our constituency would like to thank the IEO for this assessment and the Secretariat for management response. We welcome the positive conclusions as well as the gaps identified and support the recommendations. We appreciate the positive results that have followed the revision of the MAR system in 2021. Since the reform is rather recent, when does the IEO plan on doing an assessment more focused on the reformed MAR system? So that's one question. Given the success of the reformed MAR system, we would also encourage sharing the experience with the system with other multilateral funds. The IEO assessment mentions that issues related to knowledge or data needed to be repeated in IEO recommendations over time. Question, how does the Secretariat plan on addressing this, for example, in the new knowledge strategy? We support that the Council should be informed of the follow-up of management responses, but we would like to make sure that is the GEF Secretariat that will be asked to update the Council on how it follows up on the recommendations. Finally, our constituency appreciates the strengthened interactions between the IEO and the Secretariat while re-emphasizing the independence of the IEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alf. Abby, you have the floor.
Thank you. Consistent with other speakers, be very brief. I want to thank both IEO and GEF Secretariat for their work on this and their observations. We're pleased to see that the reformed management response process, the MAR process, has led to greater implementation of IEO recommendations and a clearer path of communication between the IEO, the Secretariat, and the GEF Council. Building on Gabriela's point, though, I do think that it's important that we take this opportunity to think through the issue of having the IEO reports come to the GEF in time for them to be able to prepare a management response prior to the council meeting. It's obviously really important for the council to be able to evaluate these the evaluations and the management responses at the same time. And I think giving the GEF Council, Secretariat, the opportunity to have enough time to have a thoughtful management action response is really helpful for the council in trying to navigate the issues that come into play, because evaluations often, as you all know, bring up complex issues. So we just want to echo Switzerland's point on this. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to Sylvia for her comment in the chat. And so we move to René from the Netherlands. Please go ahead.
Yes, sorry, sir. Yeah, we'd really like to thank both the Independent Evaluation Office and the management in its response. We're very pleased to see that the management's response to the recommendations is such a high level, noting that the IEO recommendations are implemented with substantial follow-up actions. And we really commend the IEO finding that both the management response rate to evaluation recommendation, as well as the timeliness of the recommendations have improved since the MAR process reform. It's encouraging to see that the interactions between the IEO and the Secretariat have strengthened and take place routinely on all evaluations. We're also very pleased to note the positive responses by the Secretariat to the two recommendations and its commitment to keep on improving the MAR process in accordance with the recommendations. In this respect, we look forward to hearing more in the future, especially on how plans will evolve on taking a more participatory approach involving the GEF agencies, where relevant, of course, and developing a platform for tracking the implementation of action plans. While the IEO notes that the majority of the agencies surveyed showed a strong interest in being more actively involved in the GEF MAR process, we encourage all agencies to do so whenever relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, René. And other comments on the chat supporting the proposal by Gabriela. Also, Andrea from Sweden has just made her comment. Does anyone else wish to take the floor? In the meantime, and in answer to Gabriela's request, we will draft a separate decision that I will send out by mail to everybody, and we will adopt it as soon as appropriate. If I can do it by the end of other business, we can do it then, and if not, we can do it quickly tomorrow morning. So I see no further requests for the floor, so back to you. We can adopt the decision that is currently in the document.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, sorry, there were a few other things that I was too quick. Yes, sorry. First, of course, it's up to the floor to Sonia to answer the other aspects of the comments made, apart from the request by Gabriela. So Sonia, sorry, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. And I'll answer some of the questions that were directed to the Secretariat, and then I'll maybe turn back to you all for some of the questions that were directed to the IEO. So thank you, everyone, for the questions and the comments and the broad support for the management response and the different statements contained within that. I just wanted to address some of the questions. First of all, from Gabriella on wanting a better understanding of the centralized and coordinated approach to IEO evaluations. Well, so this has been an iterative process over the last 2 years with the IEO, a very collaborative partnership between us while maintaining the line of independence. So how this works is we now have one focal point. Well, it's me who deals with IEO evaluations, and through me, we coordinate secretariat-wide responses to every stage of an IEO evaluation. So we've developed, it's not a formalized process, but we've developed a process where the IEO will share their approach papers. If there are reference groups, the secretariat will be on the reference groups. The IEO will share draft evaluations, draft recommendations. We have meetings with the IEO to discuss, and then eventually this ends up into the final evaluation to which we provide our management response. So as a result, we have, and I hope that the council has seen that we have an increased level of quality, of depth of analysis of our management responses and of the evaluations as well. And this, of course, has developed simultaneously with the new system of management responses, where we are required to give more detailed timelines and action plans. So we continue to improve the process. You know, we're learning by doing. I think by the end of the OPS 7 process, and I hope you and Gita will agree with me, by the end of OPS 7, we had hit, you know, quite a few of the right notes in terms of how we engage. And we will continue to do so and continue to improve as we go along. With respect to the digital platform, you know, this was something we had also discussed with the IEO upstream when we discussed the draft report. I think that, you know, it depends on what you define by our digital platform. We are in the process in the Secretariat of putting together, well, we have done putting together all of the OPS 7 recommendations. This actually came to one of the replenishment meetings in one of the information documents to, I think it was the January meeting. And that has started a process of our own internal tracking of the recommendations, of what we have promised, of what is due when, especially as we start putting timelines to the management responses. So if you would consider Excel to be a digital platform, then yes, we have a digital platform. But what we don't want is to, you know, make some huge investment into some additional platform when the tools that we have actually are working quite well. So this is why, you know, there was not exact agreement with that. We did discuss with the IEO, and the IEO was, I think, on board with what our proposal. So we are digitizing, in a way, the suite of IEO recommendations that came from the 30 or so OPS 7 component evaluations and going forward as well. But we're not going to be setting up a separate platform or making any kind of investment in that, because we consider that the tools we have work and the processes that we are developing around those tools are working. If the council feels that we need to do something additional as we go along, of course, we will respond accordingly, and we will do as you suggest. But I think in the meantime, we should go with you know, how we've been going and see where that leads us. And so far, I think we're going in the right direction. Let me see. Alf asked about knowledge and data. And indeed, so in most of the management responses to the OPS 7 evaluations over the last 2 years, we have referenced a lot the knowledge and management strategy. So a lot is expected of this strategy, in the sense that there are many different components, whether it was fragile states, whether it was SIDS and LDCs, you know, where we spoke of the knowledge management strategy being a cohesive approach that would enable us to bring all of these elements together, especially with respect to all of these individual component evaluations, whether it's on a thematic area, whether it's on a geographical area. So we do, this is a work in progress, as you know. Carlos Manuel spoke of that already, and as did Rosina. And we hope that when we bring the strategy to the next council, it will be everything that everyone expects. And we look forward to the discussions on that. And we will be explicitly capturing there many of the promises made over the last set of management responses with respect to KNM and its relevance to the different IEO evaluations. Also to Alf, of course, we will, the following up of recommendations actually comes through the MAR process, which comes via the IEO, but it's a collaborative effort between the IEO and the GEF Secretariat. So you will be updated every year. Usually it's every June, I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, yes, I'm seeing nodding, I'm correct. Every June on the MAR, which then gives a series of recommendations on our progress against them. The IEO rates that, we rate that, and then there's an analysis in terms of how we have converged or how we have diverged in those ratings and why. So it's a very useful process, and in the context of the new management responses and all of the details that you already discussed, it's going to be an interesting MAR, the next one. So yes, Alf, the council will be regularly updated on our progress, and this will come both through the Secretariat and the IEO. Renee, yes. So as we agreed to the in this management response, we are very happy to conduct a participatory approach with agencies, and I see some agencies like FAO going, agreeing, wanting to have an input, and this was also very clear from the IEO evaluation itself and the survey that agencies were very keen to have an input, and we're very happy for that as well. So we'll be, where relevant, in the next set of IEO evaluations, we will be reaching out to agencies, and we will develop a system on how to do that. We haven't yet internally discussed, I think, in terms of the right ways to do it, and we will be working on that, and we look forward to engaging the agencies, all with an aim to enriching both the management response, but more than that, enriching our uptake of IEO evaluations, which we take very seriously and which we greatly welcome, and which helps us to improve our performance and our impact as the GEF Secretariat. Yes, so I think that's all the questions that were directed to the Secretariat. Maybe I hand back to you in case there were any directed to him. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If I can just say a couple of words, I fully second what Sonja has been saying about our collaborative relationship, which has been improving over the years very much. But at the same time, I think that this new MAR system, which is indeed fairly new still, it actually enhances the independence of the evaluation function in many ways, because it puts the onus on the management to decide how they react to the recommendations that we make, and they have the full right, of course, to disagree with our recommendations. So we don't have a pressure to come up with some kind of a consensus plan before the council meeting. So in that sense, it's very good both for collaboration and for independence of evaluation function. Alf was asking, I guess, that when do we do this review next time? I'm not quite sure. The MAR system was established in GEF 3, and now we are in GEF 8, and this is actually the first time that we have been assessing how it works in a systematic manner. But I'm sure that in a few years we'll take a closer look at whether the new system is actually fulfilling the expectations that we have for it, and the early indications are very positive. Then finally, just a note on that I have no objection to having the amendment to the decision that we have to deliver our evaluations 4 weeks before the posting time to the Secretariat. We have committed to this already in our discussions, and I fully understand that the Secretariat does need adequate time to react to these evaluations. Of course, the law of physics is that any activity takes the time that is allocated to it. So we just have to change our mindsets and make sure that we plan accordingly and adhere to our timelines. That's all. I very much appreciate the council's comments on this review and the management response, and it seems that we are all of one opinion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. In the meantime, Mariela has requested the floor. Please go ahead, Mariela.
Oui, pardon, excusez-moi, j'interviens un peu tard. J'avais oublié de mettre notre nom dans le chat. Non, mais c'était juste pour me joindre aux félicitations des autres membres du Conseil pour saluer les efforts du management, la bonne mise en œuvre des recommandations et saluer globalement ce travail annuel qui est visiblement très utile pour vous aider à construire vos orientations stratégiques. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mariela. I see no further requests from the floor. So now, yes, back to the co-chair.
Thank you, William. I'd like to thank Sonia and Chua for the clarifications and answers provided to some of the questions that were asked by council members. And on the basis of that, I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/63/13. And as William had also mentioned earlier, there will be a separate decision that will be sent out later to reflect the points or the issue that was raised by Gabriella. So on that basis, can I ask the council to agree to adopt the draft decision as presented in the documents, on the understanding that a separate decision will be sent earlier or later, and that we will be able to approve that subsequently either later today or tomorrow? Well, I see no hands up, no objections, so it is adopted. Thank you. Well, next on our list is agenda item 8, which is the evaluation of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on GEF activities. In this respect, I would like to invite Ms. Chicha Patra to present the evaluation of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on GEF activities. Chicha, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all. The impacts of COVID-19 have been pretty widespread. Since it's been about 3 years since the pandemic started, we're now able to examine the short-term effects of the pandemic on GEF activities, particularly as they relate to design, preparation, implementation, and results, as well as the response by all parts of the GEF partnership. I would like to thank my colleagues, Anupam, Neeraj, Janine, and a number of university students who helped us in this study. We've used a three-pronged approach. In addition to analyzing CEO-endorsed projects, midterm reviews, and terminal evaluations, we deep dived into 44 protected areas. And a third method we used was using satellite data to look at COVID impacts on vegetation productivity and nighttime lights in GEF intervention areas, which is a proxy for economic activity. And we did this in 10 countries. In terms of the findings, PIF submissions, the submissions after the onset of COVID-19 took less time to achieve PIF approval, and this was enabled by increased virtual connectivity and speedier follow-up on feedback. PIF approvals took a little more time to achieve CEO endorsement, particularly due to challenges related to travel restrictions, difficulties in conducting stakeholder consultations, mobilizing co-financing, and obtaining clearance from government. But extensions provided by the GEF CEO prevented many project cancellations. Projects endorsed in FY22 incorporate many more features associated with risk mitigation and adaptive management. 1 in 5 projects use scenario-based planning. This has some potential to be improved. 44% of the projects under implementation had some activity put on hold, and in only a fifth of the projects, one or more activities was dropped. Reasons included lockdowns, social distancing, and due to procurement impacted by disruption in supply chains. In terms of results, COVID-19 affected the achievement of results in about 28% of the projects, with a higher percentage in biodiversity. Climate change projects experienced primarily procurement-related challenges. Travel-related challenges were more acutely faced in small island developing states. Monitoring and evaluation was affected as agencies faced difficulties in data collection, in conducting midterm reviews, and in terminal evaluations. But we noticed a number of positive outcomes as well. We observed positive effects in terms of the use of technologies such as remote sensing to collect better quality forestry data, and the shift to online platforms for a lot of negotiations. In fact, in a fifth of the projects, activities translated into opportunities to respond to COVID-19 related concerns, such as food security, safety and sanitation, while promoting environmental interventions. Outcomes were more likely reduced when the project was already struggling with internal challenges prior to global lockdowns, as opposed to the COVID-19 per se. Negative COVID-19 effects were mitigated to a substantial extent with highly adaptive project management teams and where there were strong collaborative partners. In our deep dive to assess impacts in protected areas, we observed that 83% of the projects that supported protected areas reported at least one challenge, primarily because of the pandemic, in topics related to project implementation as well as in project management. Now, this illustration shows the typology of challenges from COVID-19 at all stages of the project cycle, right from implementation through monitoring and evaluation to sustainability, primarily by impacting stakeholder engagement, conducting needs assessments, capacity building, technical assistance, installation and maintenance of equipment or physical infrastructure, surveillance, primarily in protected areas, signing of cooperation agreements, passing and approving legislation, amongst others. Our deep dive spatial analysis of 409 GEF-supported protected areas indicated that the majority of GEF-supported protected areas experienced fire frequency and deforestation rates that were well within the predicted range. Of the 399 protected areas that experienced fire during 2020-21, only 25% experienced higher fire frequency than expected. There were some in Nigeria, Argentina, Nicaragua, and Brazil. That's where you see the darker dots on the screen. Next. Similar to the results from the fire analysis, post-COVID-19 deforestation rates over 2020 and 2021 were well within the expected range for most of these protected areas. It was only roughly a fourth of the areas that experienced higher than expected rates of deforestation. Example in Nicaragua, where you had, where the graph shows a slight surge. Based on our third set of analysis of 102 projects across 595 locations in 10 countries, we find that during COVID-19, GEF intervention areas tended to improve local conditions of vegetation in 9 of the 10 countries. In addition, we also observed that in areas neighboring GEF interventions, in Mexico, in Costa Rica, India, Nepal, Lao People's Democratic Republic, that COVID-19 slowed the increase in lights within GEF areas in India, Bangladesh, Chad, and Botswana. The decrease in light intensity indicates a reduction in economic activities, a major portion of which is tourism related. Consistent with what's found in the empirical evidence in the literature on effects of COVID-19, overall, 75% of the roughly 8,000 protected areas in Africa saw a decrease in light intensity in all countries and across all IUCN categories of protected areas. These included 40 GEF protected areas, GEF supported protected areas, as the part of the global wildlife program, such as the Serengeti National Park and the Kruger National Park, the bottom panel left image. A number of measures were taken across the GEF partnership, GEF-SEC, the agencies, as well as the countries, to mitigate and manage some of the effects caused by the pandemic. The GEF partnership undertook several measures, such as establishing a task force of experts to support the GEF in addressing the crisis, extending the deadline by 3 months for CEO endorsement and approvals for projects approved after the new GEF policy, and subsequently more extensions were granted. There were also changes made to the PIF template to facilitate discussion on the topics in proposals. Agencies also adapted to minimize the effects of shutdowns through a shift to virtual platforms, as well as the abundant use of technology. So all in all, we've noticed there were challenges, but there were also positive outcomes by quick adaptation to different technologies, as well as greater engagement. But based on these findings and conclusions of the report, we've offered a series of 3 recommendations. And in the spirit of the new MAR reform, where we're going to highlight exactly who the recommendation or which part of the GEF Secretariat and GEF partnership has to respond to the recommendation, we've got 3 recommendations. The first for the GEF Secretariat and the GEF agencies to incorporate features associated with systems thinking, resilience, and adaptive management in all project proposals. To the GEF agencies and GEF Secretariat, include a broad suite of livelihood options and support diverse income generating activities. And for the GEF agencies to strengthen remote supervision so that monitoring is also possible during times of crisis or like the pandemic suggested. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chitra, for that, for introducing that document. To present management's response, I invite Claude to take the floor. Over to you, Claude.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Geeta, for the presentation. The Secretariat welcomes the report on evaluation of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on GEF activities and appreciates the overall approach to assessing the GEF's effort and progress in addressing and mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on GEF operations, projects, and programs. The Secretariat recognizes the comprehensive work behind this report that clearly demonstrates the strategy used by the GEF partnership to assess the impact of COVID-19, develop measures to mitigate those impacts, adapt to the new post-COVID reality of GEF work, and take advantage of opportunities created by the pandemic. The Secretariat greatly values the report's findings and recommendations and has already moved to mainstream many of the mitigation actions and strategies to address COVID-19 as part of GEF projects and programs in our project design and review process. On recommendation 1, the GEF agrees with this recommendation. The GEF Secretariat would like to highlight that it has already been working to redesign the logical structure and narrative of all GEF projects and programs along these lines, and has been mentioned by Rosina in her address. This work, as I just mentioned, was undertaken in collaboration with STAP. New PIF templates aligned with this recommendation have been used in the work program currently under discussion, or rather approved yesterday at the 63rd Council. The Secretariat is also in the process of preparing some technical training sessions in collaboration with STAP that will enable agencies to be fully briefed and fluent in the new logic and template structure. The Secretariat will also place this topic of systems thinking, resilience, and adaptive management on the agenda of the next agency retreat in 2023. On recommendation 2, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. The GEF is also working on strengthening the link between risk and project outcomes in the project narrative and structure. This is being done by incorporating scenarios thinking developed by STAP in the project description phase so as to assess the different possible future scenarios that can have an impact on the strategies being adopted in a project and on the outcomes being delivered or proposed. This scenarios building Also assessed how robust the different actions and strategies in a project are to possible risks and perturbations that can be identified. This is also part of the staff-led training that will be rolled out in early 2023. And finally, on recommendation 3, the GEF also agrees with this recommendation. The GEF agencies have adapted to COVID-19 in the past years, in part by incorporating some of the measures, including in the recommendation. Agencies will be encouraged to do so even more, and in ways that can improve efficiencies and streamline data gathering for adaptive management. The GEF Secretariat will work on this with agencies as part of the upstream consultations that take place on project proposals where relevant, and these elements will also be reflected in the Secretariat reviews. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Claude. I now open the floor for any questions and comments from Council.
Thank you, Ben. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, William, and also many thanks to Gita for that presentation and Claude's response. I'm just taking the floor because I've got a specific question. I thought this is a very valuable and detailed report. Includes lots of findings which are very important in terms of future modalities, I think, of the way that the GEF partnership works in terms of its online engagement, I think, which were already covered to a certain extent by the Secretariat in the country engagement strategy item earlier this week. One aspect of the GEF's response to the pandemic, people will remember, was that there was a task force which was set up and a white paper. So my question was just to understand to what extent you looked at that, or there's been any views about the value of those two processes. And just planning to say that I think the set of recommendations seem very sensible, and it's good to see that the Secretariat agrees with those recommendations, and we support the decision on this item. But just the one question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ben, does anyone else want to take the floor at this time? I see none. So, sorry, IPAG Giovanni, you have requested the floor. Please go ahead.
IPAG welcomes the evaluation. We note, however, that there is almost no mention of the differentiated impacts of the COVID pandemic on different groups, such as women, indigenous peoples, and youth, and how the projects are accounting for these disparities. It would be good to enlighten us if the topic of differentiated impacts of the pandemic were examined by the IEO, and were there any insights or conclusions that are not covered in the report, and will the IEO include special consideration for the aforementioned groups in future reports? Thank you, William and Chair.
Thank you very much. There's a question from Abby from USA in the chat. I saw Gabriela's hand go up and then down, so I'm assuming that she's not asking for the floor, but if you want to speak, Gabriela, please go ahead. No, sorry, Janine. Yeah, Janine, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. I'm taking this one. Yes, from our side, we also very much welcome the conducting of an evaluation of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the GEF activities. Actually, many of the observed challenges concur with the ones we have encountered in our bilateral development cooperation, such as the delay in the implementation of the activities, difficulties to conduct stakeholder consultation, site-based training, technical assistance, and capacity building activities and field visits, as well as mobilizing co-financing because of changes in the government priorities. We welcome the way in which the GEF and the agencies have responded to these challenges by introducing mitigation measures and adapting to the situation. For example, by extending project preparation deadlines and shifting to a more virtual working mode. Given the very difficult circumstances, we think that the fact that outcomes were affected in less than a third of the project is still quite a good achievement. It is also positive to note that from the experiences of the pandemic, lessons could be drawn for the preparation of future projects in terms of addressing risk and resilience in a comprehensive manner, in diversifying income generating activities, or shifting to the use of technologies and virtual platforms for supervision. We therefore commend the forward-looking recommendations and support the management response and the measures that were identified, and also support the recommended council decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There have been a few more comments in the chat. Anyone else who would like to take the floor at this time? I see none, so let me give the floor to Geeta in case she wants to make any comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And in response to Giovanni's comment from IPAG, the IEO takes it very seriously to actually analyze impacts on gender broadly, considering inclusion, etc. So the findings that were presented today were part of a larger 10 to 12 country study on assessing the socio-economic co-benefits of GEF interventions. And within that framework of that study, we will be looking at all these effects. So I'll be honest that we've just presented OPS 7. We had a very short window of opportunity to get some work started. And therefore, these were preliminary results that we could do on the COVID front, on assessing the impacts of COVID. But I assure you that when we come with the socioeconomic larger study next year, you will be able to assess the impacts and see the assessment of impacts on gender and more broadly on inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Claude, any further comment?
Just a little bit related to that, and it has to do with recommendation number 2, which in fact, when it came to us in the draft document from IEO, was specifically related to one of the most apparent impacts of COVID on ecotourism in a lot of GEF recipient countries. And the recommendation in our minds had focused too narrowly on that particular aspect of livelihood and income generating activities, when we in fact saw this kind of COVID impact being much more widespread. And so we actually suggested a broadening of that recommendation so that it could give us a lot more leverage to make sure that we were not just looking at ecotourism substitutes, but rather at a broader suite of livelihood options and income generating activities, given the recuperation and the post-COVID world. So it's kind of related to ensuring that the different stakeholder groups are addressed correctly. This forces us to look at that whole suite of livelihood options, local communities, different stakeholders, and so forth. So recommendation 2 in our minds is very, very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. I see another couple of comments in the chat, but no further requests for the floor. So let me give the floor back to Ambassador Fettouli.
Thank you, William. Well, I also want to thank Claude for the clarification and Chicha for the reassurance in response to the point that was raised by Giovanni. Now, based on the discussion so far and the clarifications provided, I invite the Council to adopt the draft decision included in document GEF/C.63/14. I see no hands up, no objections, so it is so adopted. Thank you.
Okay, now really as a follow-up to the decision, you wanted to inform the council of a few other topics, so you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. Please let me take another 10 minutes of your time. I'll try to be very brief. But I wanted to briefly introduce the work that we've been doing with the UN system evaluation offices to ensure the incorporation of environmental impact into all evaluations. And this work is covered in the information document that we have shared with you. As you know, we at the IEO, as the GEF partnership as a whole, now pay more attention to socio-economic co-benefits of our programs and the evaluations. And this is, of course, in the spirit of integration and sustainable development, and Rosina also referred to this important aspect. But similarly, it is important that those agencies implementing and evaluating non-environmental programs pay attention to the environmental impacts of their activities. And this is also a very important aspect of policy coherence, obviously. So in 2019, the UN Evaluation Group, which is a professional network that brings together currently more than 50 evaluation units in the UN system. There actually are more than 50 evaluation units in the UN system. They set up a working group to promote this goal, and we were among the instigators of this working group. We were partnered with a couple of agencies, notably IFAD, UNEP, and UNIDO, to establish this working group, and since then, since 2019, I've been actually leading this effort jointly with these other partners. So the first thing that we did was to conduct a stock taking of the current situation. 39 evaluation units provided inputs regarding their evaluation policies and practices. The findings were not entirely encouraging, I have to say. Very few of the agencies paid any systematic attention to the environment in their evaluations. Of course, the UN system is very heterogeneous, and agencies have very wide-ranging mandates. But nevertheless, 45% of the respondents said that their work concerned the environment. This is actually, I'm not sure how to feel about this, really a case of glass half full or glass half empty. On the one hand, it's good that agencies recognize that. The agencies that don't work on the environment recognize this. But on the other hand, in reality, it's pretty safe to say that anything that we as humans do has an environmental impact. But in any case, a large number of agency evaluators recognize that the work of their organization may have environmental impacts. And 84% of the respondents felt that these are not adequately covered in their agency evaluations. The agencies therefore feel that there's a need for guidance on these matters, just like UNEG took a key role in mainstreaming gender in the evaluations 10 to 15 years ago. So now it's time for us to take the same role to mainstream environment into these evaluations. It is felt that UNEG is very well placed to provide such guidance given its role in harmonizing evaluation policies and practices across the UN system and its relative competence in this area. One of the key issues is that evaluation should be alert to unintended environmental consequences of the interventions that are being evaluated. We also did an analysis of a large set of actual evaluation reports collected from the agencies. And one of the conclusions was that many of the unanticipated environmental impacts could well have been anticipated had the intervention proponents and the evaluators paid attention to the environment in the first place. So one of the elements of the guidance that we are now preparing would be to map common environmental impacts by different types of interventions. We also want to strengthen the development of theories of change and to ensure a coherent application of environmental concerns in both evaluations and intervention design. So in January, that is 2 months from now, the IEO will be hosting the UNEG annual general meeting here in Washington, D.C. At this meeting, the Environmental Impacts Working Group will present elements of the guidance which we plan to complete over the coming several months. It'll be web-based and will allow for those concerned to dig into the topic at different levels. I feel that the moment for this is ripe. In July this year, the UN General Assembly declared access to a clean and healthy environment a human right. And this is also an opportunity to bring the evaluation practice at par with broader UN policies, including those promoted by the UN-wide environmental management standards. Okay, a little bit on our knowledge management activities. We've been quite busy participating and sharing evaluation findings and methods at a variety of forums, a few of which are spelled out on this slide. I won't go into the details, but wanted to explain why we do this. On the one hand, there is quite much demand for our participation, which I maybe immodestly I take as a recognition of our position as a thought and practice leader in the field of environmental sustainable development evaluation. But participation in these events also allows us to share what we have learned and to promote some of the approaches that we have pioneered. But on the other hand, they are also an opportunity for receiving feedback from peers that allows us to further enhance our approaches. Like Rosina was saying earlier, so these external partnerships are very important. And these events allow us to cooperate and exchange information and lessons with important partners. As you see from the select events that we have on this slide, we collaborate regularly with partners such as the Global Evaluation Initiative, which was started by the World Bank's Independent Evaluation Group and the UNDP IEO. We collaborate with the GCF Independent Evaluation Unit and, for example, ADB's Independent Evaluation Group in the context of the Asian Evaluation Week and beyond, and other evaluation outfits, not least those of IFAD and other agencies, as well as bilateral development agencies and civil society organizations in the field of evaluation. This past summer, we also taught a workshop on environmental evaluation at IPDET, which is the leading evaluation training course in the international development field. It's been around for a couple of decades already now. Our course, our workshop was very well received, and we have been invited back to teach again next summer. And in this context, we are also currently developing an online training module on environmental evaluation, which will be available to environmental staff, evaluators, development practitioners, and others in the GEF partnership and beyond. Okay, we've also enhanced our website, and I'd ask Geeta to talk a little bit more about that.
So very quickly, thank you, Juha. We've updated the GEF IEO website, and Francisco with me is going to just demo a few things that would be really useful to you. The most recent evaluations on resilience and sustainable forest management have been published, and our plan is to publish these right after council meetings going forward. Evaluation pages have been updated, and all documents associated with evaluations are now available. So for example, the Africa biomes evaluation page, the recent country evaluation we did, we have the 4-page learning notes. You have the supporting documents which include the audit trail, the approach paper, anything related to that particular evaluation. More importantly, a very important update to our website is that the performance ratings database of 1,806 closed projects is now available to you. The data page of the website presents performance data by country, region, focal area, or the GEF replenishment period. So for example, if we filter and say for Argentina, we have the profile, there were 33 completed GEF projects with terminal evaluations, accounting for 164 million in GEF grants. The outcome ratings were 76%, close to the GEF average, sustainability ratings of 57%. If we go down, we can actually now see, we now display the terminal evaluation and the terminal evaluation validation report produced by the IEO. So the terminal evaluation for project ID 4922, sustainable land management, is available, as well as our review of the terminal evaluation. And finally, we have the comprehensive data set following all World Bank and GEF disclosure policies. The data set on all performance ratings for 1,806 projects is available to you for download from the website. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Geeta and Francisco, for this demonstration, and I sincerely hope that this enhanced website will be also a useful tool for the council and for everybody else, for the countries to use when they want to learn about what evaluations say about the GEF programs. But so let me finally just give you a little preview into the future. So next June, we will be presenting 3 new evaluations, which we will be sharing with the GEF Secretariat in a timely manner. And these are an evaluation of the GEF strategy and interventions in water security. There will be an evaluation of community-based approaches in the GEF, and finally a strategic country cluster evaluation in the Mekong Basin, where the GEF has a very long history of working. So that's just a brief preview. But like everyone else, we've been itching for the pandemic to loosen its grip, and so that we can all get back to what we do best, which is conduct evaluations in the field. And so we wanted to share a glimpse into what we've been up to in the context of the 3 evaluations listed above. So maybe Francisco can share this little clip.
We can see the images, but there's no sound.
There's no sound, no. Well, one picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? So
Yeah, I think the message is getting across.
yeah, so let's just go. It just shows that we got back into business, and that these evaluations that we are going to present in June are indeed this time actually based on field work and based on enhanced discussions and enhanced interactions with different groups of stakeholders in the field. But that's all from us. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Chu, for informing the council about other topics and work being carried out by the Independent Evaluation Office. I think this is very much appreciated. And I think this is useful information going forward so that the Council is aware of some of the other engagements that the IEO is involved in. So with that, we've concluded discussion on this particular agenda item. And now I hand over the floor to my co-chair, Carlos Manuel, who will introduce the agenda item 14. That's amendments to the instrument of the establishment of the restructured GEF. Over to you, co-chair. Chair.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fituri. And as you mentioned, we now go over to agenda item 14, amendments to the instrument of the establishment of the restructured GEF. I would like to invite our dear friend William to present document GEF C63/11 amendments to the instrument of the establishment of the restructured GEF. The floor is yours, William. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And as you will all remember, this process of looking again at the instrument and seeing the places where we should bring it up to date and to the current conditions and the way we work in the GEF was begun by the working group, the ad hoc working group on governance, who at the last meeting in June presented its final report. Sorry, and asked us to look at the proposals made and anything else that we might have thought needed to be discussed. So that is presented in this document. So let me quickly give you the highlights. In paragraph 3 of the instrument, the proposal was to remove reference to Agenda 21, which has been superseded by Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. So that was done. On paragraph 8, there was a question really from the working group on governance, whether reference to some of the transitional paragraphs at the end of the document should be retained, and after consideration with the legal advisor and the implementing agencies, it was judged that it's better to keep it there because it does provide a historical record of the genesis and development of the GEF, and also because that paragraph refers to the World Bank as trustee, and we did not want to affect that. Paragraph 11 mentions the existence of the independent evaluation that is not a part of the Secretariat, and therefore it is now reflected as an independent paragraph 22, more in line with the status given to the STAP, which is the other advisory body to the Council. Paragraph 13 was updated to the fact that the Assembly actually takes place every 4 years, so no point in mentioning 3 years as it was originally. Paragraph 18 reflects the core of the proposal from the ad hoc working group on governance, in which we are actually piloting. We piloted last year, we continue the pilot this year, and we'll continue the pilot next year, where the co-chairing arrangements lasts actually 1 year instead of one meeting. And so that is now reflected there. Later, paragraph, we bring in a concept that was not there before, even though it had been discussed, at least in part, during the ad hoc working group on governance, which is mention of agencies that are not the 3 original implementing agencies. And here we had to be careful with the way we introduced this concept, because on the one hand, it was necessary from an operational point of view that the 15 agencies that are not the 3 original implementing agencies should be mentioned. But together with that, we had to ensure that the institutional role and responsibilities of those 3 original agencies, World Bank, UNEP, and UNDP, were in no way affected. So we looked at the paragraphs where the new agencies are put on a par with the implementing agencies purely from an operational point of view. And those appear in paragraphs 20, 21, and 29. In 20, it's the authority of the council over these agencies to approve their work programs and to evaluate their performance, etc. In paragraph 21, it's a relationship with the Secretariat. The Secretariat has relations not only with the original implementing agencies, but obviously with all of the agencies. So they needed to be presented there. And then paragraph 29, which is sort of a catch-all paragraph in terms of relationships with other institutions. Again, there was mention of the implementing agencies with no mention of the additional agencies, and that's why we put them there. Now, the wording, how did we mention them? Why did we include this specific way of calling those additional agencies council accredited agencies? First, we tried with some of the old denominations that we have used in the past for the additional agencies, but that would have required a definition. And then, the legal advisor brought to our attention that according to the policy, some of those agencies will need to be reaccredited in the future. And that could mean that they are reaccredited or that they're not reaccredited. So the way to avoid a definition and at the same time have a clear understanding of who they are was found by using these three words, council accredited agencies, because that in itself is a definition, right? Whatever the council accredits is covered by these paragraphs. Whatever the council does not accredit is not covered. And so that's really why we use those words and what the concept and object behind it. The three implementing agencies were consulted, so was the trustee, and we were given a green light to present it in this manner. So the rest of the document is really the new council, the new instrument with track changes, so you can see exactly where the words change, and then a clean version, which is what will be included in the recommendation from the council to the assembly next year. So I hope that's clear, but of course, I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, William, for your presentation. I would like to open the floor now for questions and comments for the council members. As usual, William will help us with the list of speakers. Do you have any speakers, William?
Gabriela is requesting the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Carlos and William, for outlining the changes made. As former chair of the ad hoc working group on governance, of course, we're very happy to see this decision and these documents now coming through. It's the end of quite a long process, so greatly appreciated. Thank you for your efforts. And also, thank you very much for the explanations you have given on the legal intricacies related to the transitional paragraphs. Understand that we want to see the history somehow reflected, so appreciate that. And also greatly appreciate that you found a resolution, a legal resolution for this issue with the accredited council accredited agencies versus implementing agencies, because I remember this was quite a difficult one to resolve also in the group. So thank you for that. Just a question. If once the GEF Assembly endorses, hopefully, or approves this new governing instrument, the question is, what are the implications on the existing policies of the GEF? Will we then just, whenever we update a policy, ensure that the terms are aligned, or can we just have once a document that says, implementing agencies in these policies include the founding implementing agencies as well as the GEF accredited agencies or something like that? Just a question how we could resolve that to be legally sound and clean moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Antonella has the floor.
Muchas gracias, William, por darme la palabra, y también a Gabriela y al resto de los colegas, incluida desde ya la Secretaría, entre otras partes interesadas que han participado en este proceso sumamente valioso. Bueno, en términos generales de la circunscripción Cono Sur queremos apoyar las enmiendas propuestas, en particular aquellas mencionadas en los párrafos 11 y 22 del instrumento de gobierno, dado que las modificaciones propuestas mantienen el concepto de independencia de la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente, y asimismo expresar nuestro acuerdo respecto a que las agencias acreditadas por el Consejo y las agencias implementadoras cumplan funciones equivalentes desde el punto de vista operativo, de acuerdo a lo dispuesto por el párrafo 20, inciso C, D y K, párrafo 21, C, D y E, y párrafo 29 del instrumento de gobierno. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Antonella. Yes, Abby, you have the floor.
Good. Hello again to everyone. I just wanted to intervene very briefly to say that we are very comfortable with the proposed amendments to the GEF instrument, which obviously reflect the work of the ad hoc working group on governance. And we're pleased to see that we have moved the pilot co-chairing arrangement is a permanent feature now of the GEF governance. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Ambassador Fattori for being an excellent co-chair this year. He's really, I think, brought a very collegial and pleasant tone to the meetings, and it's great to have the same person who we all become familiar with over the course of the year. And lastly, I just would the U.S. was on the working group, and I'd like to, on behalf of our team, take the opportunity to thank Gabriela and the Swiss team for their leadership on the working group and the Secretariat's efforts to manage the consultation process on the amendments. So just quickly to come in to say thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Richard, you have the floor.
Just to echo the other comments, we're supportive of the proposed changes. I think they reflect a very detailed process of the working group, and again, thank you to Gabriela and Swiss for leading the charge. We were involved in the last bit of the process, but it obviously was a combination of a considerable amount of work, and I think it was long overdue. Maybe one point for reflection is whether or not there's a structured process to consider further changes down the track, just to make sure the rules stay contemporary, rather than the situation we got into now where it was dramatically out of date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to take the floor? I don't see any further names. So let me just answer some of the points that were made. Gabriela, yes, what will happen, as well as you all know, is that once the Assembly has adopted the changes, then the governing bodies of the three implementing agencies will have to ratify that decision for all this to come into force. And that is the reason why these three agencies, UNEP, UNDP, and World Bank, have an institutional responsibility within the GEF. Because as you will remember, the GEF was, these three bodies were requested by the countries that negotiated the original instrument to bring it into force by virtue of three coinciding decisions. So that is a responsibility that belongs clearly to those three agencies. It is defined in the instrument, and that's why they are called implementing agencies, because originally they were the only three. And there's a definition of what an implementing agency is in the instrument. So The question really was, okay, so how do we adjust the language for the future? So we will, first of all, we will ensure that all documents have language that is compatible with this new version of the instrument. If there are changes to be made to policies, we will either make them, or if they need to be brought to the council, okay, we will ask the council to make those changes, but we just have to go through them once this has been approved. So thank you, Antonella, for your comment. Yes, the issue of independence of the evaluation office has sort of crept in slowly. In the past, we tried to just change a few words here and there, but this time, since the working group on governance showed a willingness to actually make the greater changes, the independent evaluation office now has its own paragraph in the text, and that makes it, as I say, gives it a parallel standing to the STAP as an advisory body to the council. As to further changes in the future, well, as you know, every assembly, there is the possibility of bringing up this issue, because it's clearly a responsibility of the assembly on recommendation of the council to update the instrument. So every 4 years we have a chance to do this. Over the years we have had changes. You know, there were changes in the focal areas, there were changes in paragraph 6 referring to the MEAs that the GEF serves, even an adapt harmonizing of the language that was applicable to each of those MEAs. And so over time we've had these little changes that were necessary. This is perhaps a little bigger change than in the past, but the opportunity will always exist in the future. And just to rehearse once again, because I was asked in the chat, the difference between implementing agencies and council accredited agencies. I've tried to highlight the institutional responsibility of the 3 implementing agencies. That's what makes them different. From an operational point of view, the 18 have the same standing, and that's why the reference to council accredited agencies is only in those paragraphs that have an operational impact. And the 15 were, in one way or another, throughout the GEF story or history, accredited as such, as operationally equal by the council. And so that wording, council accredited agencies, tries to be, in one sense, a definition, and in another sense, the reflection in the instrument that there are agencies beyond the 3 that are operationally equal with them. So I hope I've been clear. And now I see, Germany requesting the floor. So Sylvia, please go ahead.
Thank you, William. Just maybe one question out of curiosity, and also maybe out of lack of knowing the rules of the GEF Assembly already. We are somehow involved in the negotiations on the BBNJ, and we've been approached by colleagues who would like to know how, and if yes, when the GEF instrument could be amended to reflect a possible new convention under it, because you just said that it's only we're only able to amend the instrument when there's an assembly, but I mean, hopefully the BBNJ negotiations will be finished before the assembly, but you never know. So maybe you could elaborate a bit on that. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. So if the BBNJ negotiations reach a conclusion by the next council will have an opportunity to add to its recommendation to the assembly a paragraph that says, you know, the GEF would be the financial mechanism of BBNJ. If that doesn't happen, we can still follow the path of Minamata, for example, where we began working, where the GEF began working as if it was the financial mechanism for Minamata, and the instrument was amended to reflect that at the following assembly. So really, it's a question of timing, and depending on how the negotiations go on BBNJ, we will do it either at this assembly or at the following assembly. I hope that that answers your question. Gabriela, you've asked for the floor.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for taking the floor again. Just maybe then in response to the comment you made with regards to the update of the policy, maybe just make a mental note then, I guess, by the 65th meeting. I hope the implementing agencies will have ratified the instrument, and then just maybe bring one decision to council listing all the policies that need to be updated. And with that, it's like an easy way to resolve the issue. Just making that mental note for the 65th council meeting. Thank you.
No, absolutely. We will reflect it in the highlights, so we don't forget that we have to do that. We will do it as you suggest. And actually, I should mention something else that I didn't, and that is that in the decision adopted at the last council under the work of the governance group, there was also a request to update the council rules of procedure. Now, since the council rules of procedure depend on the instrument, we thought we'd do it in 2 steps. Let's get the instrument out of the way first, and once that has been confirmed, then we can correct or update the rules of procedure of the council. And that's a prerogative of the council. So as soon as it's ready, we will bring it to the council. You can have a look at it as a council and adopt it, or tell us something else if you don't like what we've done. But I just wanted to let you know that we hadn't forgotten to comply with that part of the decision. And there was a third part of the decision which asked us to prepare a document that explained more or less how the work with the co-chair would be done. We actually prepared one. It's an information document for the current council. We hope you had a chance to look at it. As requested, we consulted that with the previous co-chair, Mette, and her team. Lauren actually was the one who gave us the comments, so thank you, Lauren, for that. Ambassador Feturi also looked at it, and you will notice that we added a little paragraph so that future chairs who have suggestions on how to improve that relationship, we can add it to a future version of this information paper that we will present whenever that comes up. So the 3 aspects of that decision have been covered as I've just described. I hope that is satisfactory. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, William, for presenting this agenda item and for the exchange. With this, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/C63/11. I see no objections to this draft decision. Decision approved. Thank you so much, William, and dear colleagues from the Council. Now let me move over to agenda item number 16. Note on the organization of the 7th GEF Assembly. I would like to invite our dear friend, Council members Tom Bowie from Canada, to address the Council on the status of preparation for the 7th GEF Assembly. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Dear colleagues, some of you have said that this is Tom Bowie's GEF Assembly, whereas I call it always the GEF Families Assembly that just happens to be in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. And so with that, I just wanted to say thank you to our dear CEO, William, and so many others at the GEF Secretariat, as well as all of you, because we've had many opportunities to discuss. Sano gave me some unsolicited, but actually it will be solicited advice. And our dear staff chair also want to help out. And all I can say is that in the next few months, we are going to cash in all of your generosity in order to make this council, as Carlos Manuel said, unique. That it is about bringing us together as a family in order to look at, for example, what will happen in Montreal at COP15, but also to reflect on what happened at COP27 and many other environmental meetings that actually gave us instructions. And so with that, I want to just go to the boring part of the update. The preparations are going very well. And my colleagues, we got the G7 summit team to actually do the logistics for us so they know how this is done. And they are very close to getting a venue, fixing a date, signing the contract. We just need, as good bureaucrats do, we just need the minister to say, I agree, so that he shows up. And then we will be able to share with you all the exact dates, the exact venue, hopefully within like weeks rather than months. So my hope is that before Christmas, that you would all know when it will happen, hopefully August, because we did a straw poll. We didn't want to exhaust your generosity by having a comprehensive, all-inclusive poll, but we did a straw poll and people told us, please do not compromise my time with family in mid-July to mid-August. And also, please do not try to split me up because I have meetings with the Green Climate Fund at that week and so on and so forth. So it looks like end of August pleases a lot of people. And so that's where we're looking at the GEF Assembly for the 7th GEF Assembly in Vancouver. The final note is, I hope that a lot of you will go to Montreal, looks like next week, in order to make sure that it is highly successful and that we will have lots of things to talk about at the GEF Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for that. I want to personally thank you, your team, and your government for all the work that you've been doing. Yes, definitely this will be a non-conventional GEF Assembly. It is already a non-conventional GEF Assembly because we're doing it in for the first time in a GEF donor country with a co-host in a native nation, and we're delighted by that opportunity. I want to inform also to Council that based on the fact that we'll be doing the GEF Assembly by late August, we need to decouple the Council meeting of next year, the first one next year, from the Assembly, because it will be very, very hard for us not to have the Council meeting in June, move it over to August together with the Assembly, as we normally do in an Assembly, because we got a lot of issues that we need to sort out with regards to the work plan that we'll be having in June and in December. So we will, I want to inform Council that we will decouple the Council meeting from the Assembly. So we will do the first GEF Council meeting of next year, 2023, in June. Most probably will be by the end of June, so we can be able to have and support countries and agencies in bringing a very healthy work plan for June and also for December. We will be giving more details on this to our Council members. I also want to share with you all my intention on exploring the possibilities to do this Council meeting in June 2023 outside of Washington, D.C. We normally do the Council meetings in Washington, and I think that this can be a good opportunity for us to do it in a recipient country. I'll be working on that. I'll be doing some surveys with Council members, explore everything that I need to, but I think that it is a good idea to explore this possibility to do it, to have a Council meeting in a recipient country where we can not only do what we normally do in a Council meeting, but also be hosted by a recipient country, be able to visit projects and visit other stakeholders. So this is to be defined. This is to be consulted with council members, but I just wanted to touch base on this one and be able to give some insights of what we are working organizing for next year. So with this, Tom, let me open the floor if there are any questions or comments for any of the council members.
Sano has requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the GEF CSO network, we appreciate and excellent and so humble support from Canada. And we always have very good access to council member of Canada and many other countries, of course. So we appreciate this cooperation and this support. And we are planning to make something much more better, much more visible, and much more result-oriented of the CSOs from the network, from the other CSOs, and also we are in consultation with the LDCF and SCCF fund representatives from the GEF Secretariat. So we are expecting to make something vigorous, so that the total vision of the GEF that we can demonstrate something from the civil society perspectives. Thank you very much. And just another comment to Carlos Menon about the council meeting outside of Washington, DC. I would like to offer the Cambodia, of course, Cambodian government will host, but from our side, Cambodia Siem Reap, there is a very nice venue for this type of event where the council members and all other visitors, they will have very good opportunity to see the Angkor Temple 1,000 years before it was established, and it bears something very special landscape that can help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the list. So, oh, sorry. Gabriela, you've requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, William. Thanks to Tom again for going through the hosting exercise. Probably quite some work, so thanks for that. My husband did his postdoc on Vancouver Island, so we'll even try to manage the family going over there as well to see some family and friends again. But on a different note, yeah, we would have appreciated, of course, if we could have had the council together with the assembly, but recognize that date-wise, it just doesn't work. And we're actually going to propose to have it virtual, but if it's if we hold it in a host country, which is a recipient, and we can connect it to these field visits that we discussed on the country engagement strategy as well, where we said, you know, try to make it back to back and reduce travel. So yeah, we could go with that proposal, ensuring then, of course, that the location is also nearby actual GEF projects, so we don't have to travel within the country, but are very close by to the projects themselves, and can actually appreciate that. So thank you very much for this proposal, Carlos.
Thank you so much to you, Gabriela. Thanks, Sano. As I said, we will be doing the proper consultations with council members. Anything additional, Tom, on your side?
No, I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone, and I am coming to pick all of your brains in order to make absolutely sure that we have a wonderful experience for healthy planet, healthy people, for ourselves, our families, and our communities. So thank you in advance.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Tengo otro pedido de palabra.
Okay, adelante.
So Giovanni, you requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Tom, for the update for the Canada GEF Family Assembly. My nephew, who has Canadian blood represents the judo champion, global judo champion for Canada, less than 100 category. We at the IPAG are looking forward to the GEF Family Assembly, as Tom emphasized, and would like to extend our thanks to the Canadian government, not only for hosting, but also for allowing the GEF Family Assembly as an opportunity to strengthen the recognition of the First Nations in Canada and around the world, who are irreplaceable stewards of the global environment since time immemorial. It will be important that this engagement in Canada goes beyond the veneer, but rather is substantively part of the agenda and the structure of the Assembly. Another point of concern, that even as we appreciate the generous hospitality of the Canadian government, hosting the CBD COP15 and the Assembly, we would like to highlight that a number of our Indigenous brothers and sisters have been having a hard time obtaining visas for the COP15, and we hope this can be better addressed for the GEF Family Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else requesting the floor, so back to the co-chair.
Thanks, William, for this, and thanks, Tom, for the update on the organization of the 7th GEF Assembly. We will be keeping well informed the Council on the progress with regards to the organization of the GEF Assembly, as well as the first Council meeting next year, and just of course as well the November-December Council meeting in 2023. Before we end this agenda item, I would like to give the floor to Robert Bissett. Robert will be updating Council on a new initiative with regards to communication and brandings and a new logo. This is something that we've been working, and it's a great opportunity to have Robert here to update you all. Robert, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. And it's a great opportunity and a nice segue, I think, from what Tom has just been describing. For me, just a few words to update Council on some of the work that GEF is doing in our public communications and outreach. Building on the successful GEF replenishment, we've been looking at ways to further improve our communications and visibility, both in donor and recipient countries and with all our partners, including non-state actors across the GEF network. Hopefully you've seen this has already been translated into a higher GEF profile at events like COP. We've talked about the pavilions and more emphasis on storytelling and digital communications. I hope you've had a chance to see some of this, and we're always open to new ideas, new story ideas, and new ways to collaborate. I just want to say a few words now regarding the new GEF logo. If Nico, if you could put the slide on the screen. Guided by the CEO and with an eye on the GEF Assembly, we've been working to update the GEF logo. This has been very much a consultative process with important feedback from staff and many partners. Our goal was to produce a logo that is more clean, a bit more modern, something that's simplified design, easy to reproduce, because we know that many of our partners need to have something that they can produce in the field, as well as in digital form. We need the new logo to be particularly web friendly, greater digital use. This is increasingly where a lot of communications are going, but also something that is recognizable, that also reflects the 30 plus years now of the GEF legacy. The logo, and we'll share at the end of my brief words the new design. We're going to roll it out in the run-up to the GEF Assembly in August. Thanks, Tom. It'll be done in a series of phases, and we'll be sharing a lot more detailed information about this as we go into the new year. But there'll be a first quarter where we'll be updating you all in terms of our plans, We'll be developing new guidelines, and we'll roll this out hopefully with an update of the GEF's visibility policy at the next council meeting. So if Nico, if you could just put the new design up. It's a bit like we unveil something here at the. Don't get too excited. So this is the new design. As I say, reflects a little bit of the new, bit of the old. Next slide, Nico. This is how it will look on our website. Next slide, please. The design is being done in a format that it can be used on different products, not least digital. So we'll be expanding this to in different formats so it can be applied with the slogan, investing in our planet, etc. And the final slide, please, Nico. Yep, that's it. This is what it looks like. So this is a little bit of a sneak preview of what's to come next year. But I hope the wider GEF family and network likes this and will adopt this, and we'll use this as part of our upgrading of our communication and visibility work in next year and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Robert, for this update on this very interesting communication branding initiative that we're working in preparation for the GEF Assembly. Thanks. We will be very happy to welcome observations and recommendations from the Council on this topic. So let me now go over to our last agenda item, is agenda item 18, which is other businesses. We got 4 or 5 topics, and I will, my co-chair and myself will be stopping this session at 11 a.m. DC time as we had agreed. So most probably we won't be able to go over all the topics that we have for this agenda item. Also want to excuse myself because in 2 minutes I need to leave this session. President Macron is here in Washington and has invited a few conservation organizations for a lunch. So I'll be moving over there in 2 minutes. I'll you'll be in very good hands with my co-chair as we go into this last agenda item. I'll be reporting on the restructuring and other relevant issues as I was asked for by Switzerland tomorrow when we retake this agenda item. So, co-chair, the floor is yours.
Sorry, colleagues, for just want to say that we were supposed to be discussing agenda item 18, other business, and we're also mindful of the time constraint. So I think to utilize our time effectively, given the number of issues that were raised under other business, we feel that if we can just focus on the 2 draft decisions that are pending, and this refers to the council recalling decision decides that it will hold its 64th session in person the week of June 26 to 28, 2023, and its 65th session virtually the week of December 11 to 16, 2023. So that's one draft decision that if it's possible, we can look into it and maybe adopt it. And the other draft decision is the council recalling its decision 35/2021, and as provided in the GEF policy on ethics and conflict of interest, approves Ms. Judith Torres, alternate council member for the constituency of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, as a member of the GEF Ethics Committee for a term of 2 years, up to December 2024, or until the expiration of a term on the council, whichever comes first. So these are two draft decisions that I think these had already been shared by Mayor, by William. And if council members are willing to adopt these draft decisions, then that will allow us to complete today's session. And then we can consider the other issues that were raised under other business come tomorrow. So any comments? And we'll be happy to take those on board. Thank you.
Yes, Gabriela, you have the floor.
Sorry, just to clarify, so we're talking about the decisions you circulated by email, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And picking up on the point that somebody raised in the comments earlier, if there's an overlap with COP28 on the GEF Council, obviously, well, at least for me, for example, it's absolutely impossible, especially the last days of COP, to do this in parallel. And personally, I would appreciate if we would have a break of more than a day between the last day of COP and the GEF Council meeting, since if it's overlapping, it would be, yeah, or even just back to back is quite horrifying, since we usually need to sleep for like 16 hours after a COP.
Thank you, Gabriela. Yes, we did discuss that internally. And of course, there's the option of moving it to the following week, but that is the week immediately prior to Christmas. And in the past, there's been at least some grumbling from the council to doing that. So we're a little bit in the between a stone and a hard place. But what we can do, if you prefer, is simply adopt the decision on the 64th session and cut it off there, and come back to the 65th session at the next, either by email or at the next meeting, once we know for sure which the dates of the UNFCCC COP take place. Would you prefer that we do it that way? Okay. Gabriela says we would appreciate that. And yeah, we can't have the, Gabriela has also said alternatively, we could have the GEF Council before COP28, which we also considered. But that really cuts down a lot on the time of preparation of the work program, because we would have to have the work program ready by October, because before the convention and before Thanksgiving here in the US, it means, you know, early November, which means the work program has to be ready by early October. And that in turn, you know, implies an enormous amount of work, because some of the PFDs for the integrated programs will take place at that time, and so on. So we felt at the Secretariat that there just wasn't enough time to provide you as the council with a good work program. And that is why we found that doing the council before COP and before Thanksgiving becomes problematic. So that is the reasoning behind that. So I see Sano's requesting the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity under this other business. So I want to thank the GEF Secretariat and Council for supporting us to have the very successful consultation, GEF consultation with civil society groups on the environmental conventions. This is very good, and we appreciate it, this effort. My question is, like the COPs and other conventions, the FCSO network doesn't have that level of participation, no presence there. GEF itself have the big pavilion and a very good presence there. So my recommendation is, please allow the GEF CSO network to participate there, to work with the GEF Secretariat, and then we can collaborate with other CSOs, and that can add value to the event. Because we want to be there, we want to be visible, and we want to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sanu. I'm sure my colleagues will take your request in hand at the appropriate time. All right, so as far as the decision on the council is concerned, you will see the final drafting in the summary of the co-chairs, but essentially we will stop the sentence after the 64th session in person the week of June 26 to 28, 2023 period. And we will stop it there, and we will reconsider the issue of the 61st session. By the way, we will do it virtually, so that at least that will save you any travel time. And so maybe if it's closer to Christmas, it won't matter so much as it did in the past. But in any case, the current decision ends with the decision on the dates for the 64th session only. And that's the way we will write it in the summary of the co-chairs. May I assume that the decision appointing Judith Torres to the Ethics Committee has no comments? Right, I don't see anybody requesting the floor, so co-chair, back to you.
Thank you, William. And with that clarification, especially with regards to the first draft decision, that it will finish after the week of June 26 to 28, 2023. So there are no objections. So that is adopted, and likewise also with the draft decision on the GEF Committee's ethics, GEF Council's ethics committee. So we take it that there is support, consensual support for our colleague Ms. Judith Torres, who has been nominated for that post. I see no objection, so it is so decided.
So I'll give the floor to William in case of some housekeeping matters for tomorrow's meeting. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Ambassador Fetturi. So let me say first that as you heard from the CEO, he will be proposing a different venue from Washington for the June Council meeting, the 64th Council meeting, and that will require a Council decision because the instrument says that the Council meetings take place at the see of the Secretariat unless otherwise decided by Council. So as soon as he has had his consultations and found a new location, etc., we will be sending out a decision by mail so that you can ratify that decision in that manner. Now, tomorrow, what's going to happen tomorrow? Obviously, we are again a little bit delayed and we have a number of issues to be brought up under other business before we can move on to tomorrow's program. So the proposal is, again, we start 1 hour earlier. But the good news for the majority of you is that you don't need to be there 1 hour earlier because the first hour will be dedicated to the Council considering the report of the SRC. The only people allowed to be present at that executive session tomorrow morning, starting at 6 a.m. DC time, are the Council members, the alternate members, and their advisors. Okay, so please be punctual for two reasons. One is because we can't start unless we have a quorum. Okay, we've started on the verge of quorum these 2 days, giving a bit more so that presentations could start and decisions were taken once the quorum was achieved. But the executive session must have a quorum, so we need at least 22, 23 seats represented by that time tomorrow morning. Nicolas and I will be present to make sure that everything is set up. And then we, of course, will not be present for the meeting. Even if you see our names, Ambassador Fetturi, who's sitting across the table from me, will be guaranteed that we are not listening in, and you can have your conversation in total privacy. Now, there are a number of you who have panelist privileges, which means that in theory, you could access that meeting. So please, unless you are a council member, an alternate, or one of their advisors, refrain from joining. If you do join, you will be asked to leave. So please don't do that. We need council members, alternates, or their advisors present to start tomorrow morning. As soon as they have finished, and Ambassador Fetturi tells us that the session has been concluded, then we will open the session to everybody, and Nicolas will make sure that everybody receives news that they can join. So all the people who are observers, even if they join, will have to wait until the session opens. And those who have panelist privilege, please wait for the announcement and only join after the executive session is finished. And then we will try to finish all the topics that we have for tomorrow on time, so that Friday can be dedicated to the LDCF, SCCF only. Fortunately, we have a little bit of buffer time on Friday, so if we go over, we won't have to come earlier. But tomorrow, it really is necessary. Otherwise, we fear we won't make it. So unless you have any comments, I thank you all for your patience and for your endurance, and we will see you tomorrow nice and early. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day or your evening. Bye now.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye-bye. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Thank you. معلش عشان أنا في وسط اجتماع online.
Thanks so much. Good night.